What if I told you that the voice in your mind isn't completely your own? That your brain changes your memories every time you think about them? That the moment you call now is already gone by the time you notice it? And what if the thing you call free will is really just your biology acting out a script? These aren't guesses or wild ideas. They are unsettling truths supported by neuroscience, psychology, and even quantum physics. Over the next hours, we'll explore the hidden gaps in your perception, the blind spots in your awareness, and the strange facts your mind is built to ignore. So if you're ready to question your thoughts, doubt your decisions, and feel reality twist just a little, make sure to like the video, hit subscribe, and step with me into the hidden structure of the self, where nothing is exactly what it seems. A universe might be a simulation designed to trick you. You live your life believing things are solid, textured, and heavy. You feel gravity pull you, sunlight warm you, and the hard surfaces under your fingertips. You trust these sensations not because you deeply tested them, but simply because they always seem to happen the same way. You touch a wall and expect it to stay firm. You speak into a room and expect to hear your voice echo. This rhythm becomes normal, comforting, and eventually invisible. But what if that comfort is actually part of the trick? What if the steady, reliable world you trust is not proof that it's real, but proof that something wants it to feel real? Imagine waking up one day and learning that every streetlight, every tree, and every face you pass was created instantly, not by nature, but by a complex system. Not grown, but generated. Not evolved, but produced on the spot. Imagine the whole universe, its beauty, danger, chaos, and harmony, was simply a simulation, not a dream or hallucination, but a digital world so advanced that it tricks not just your eyes, but your memory, your logic, and your sense of who you are. It sounds impossible, even ridiculous, until you take a closer look. Then the seams begin to show. Think about the Planck length, the smallest possible unit of space, so tiny that nothing can exist below it, almost like the pixels of a giant cosmic screen. Or think about the speed of light. Why does the universe have a strict speed limit, unless it's processing information, limiting how fast data can travel? And what about the fact that reality changes depending on whether you observe it? Doesn't that sound less like natural law and more like smart rendering or optimization? In video games, the world only loads when the player is close enough to see it. The image becomes detailed only when needed. The illusion feels smooth until you peek behind the curtain. And now physics offers its own curtain. Quantum mechanics, where particles behave like waves and outcomes shift depending on whether someone checks, suggests a universe that waits to decide what is real until you look. That's not just a cool idea. It's something that feels like computation, and it forces a chilling question. Are you the player, or just the character being rendered? Imagine you're walking in a forest. The trees sway, the leaves crunch under your shoes, birds sing in the branches, sunlight warm your skin. But what if none of it existed a moment earlier? What if the forest appeared only when you turned your attention toward it? Not fake, not imagined, but selectively real, created only when the system decides it's necessary. In a simulation, data is precious, so anything no one observes doesn't have to exist in full detail, only enough to recreate it later. Schrodinger's cat isn't only a strange thought experiment, it's a symbol of computational efficiency. The cat is both alive and dead until observed, because the system doesn't calculate the outcome until it must. Seen this way, the observer effect becomes more than just a weird quantum trick. It becomes a clue, a faint message from something beneath the surface of the universe. And the more clues you notice, the more the world begins to feel slightly unreal. Why do mathematical rules fit nature so perfectly? Why is there a smallest possible unit of space and time? Why does the universe seem shaped in a way that allows consciousness to exist? These questions become heavier within the simulation idea, because if the universe was designed, then these patterns aren't mysterious. They're deliberate choices, settings in a program. But then a darker idea appears. If this is a simulation, what is it for? Who or what made it, and why? Are we an experiment, an artwork, or just something created out of curiosity? And even more unsettling, are we being watched, evaluated, or completely ignored? Maybe there's no one left watching. Maybe the simulation was started long ago and then abandoned, like a forgotten computer still running in an empty room. Or maybe everything you think and feel is being monitored, measured, and studied by minds so advanced that privacy, independence, and identity are illusions. You believe you have free will, that your choices matter. But what if they don't? What if your likes, dislikes, fears, and decisions are all the results of hidden scripts, patterns in your biology, shaped over countless versions and generations? You think you're choosing tea instead of coffee, kindness instead of anger, peace instead of conflict, but maybe you're just following coded instructions. Maybe your sense of freedom is part of the design, a smooth feeling that keeps the system stable. Simulated minds that feel free tend to behave more predictably and stay emotionally balanced, and that makes the simulation run better. Some people might say, even if we're in a simulation, who cares? If it feels real, that's enough. But is it? What does it mean to live in a world where anything around you could be false, where the sky above is not sky, but a calculation, where death might not be the end, but a deletion or reset, where love, pain, joy, and suffering, everything you treasure, might be the side effects of processing code? Some people find this idea freeing, as if it means we make our own meaning. Others feel disoriented, like they're floating without anything solid to hold on to. In a natural universe, at least the stars are truly there. In a simulated one, even the stars could be part of the trick. And yet, the simulation theory brings a strange kind of hope, because if reality was designed, then maybe it can be changed. Maybe it can be explored, understood, or even modified. Maybe suffering is not something fixed. Maybe death is not a final moment. Maybe existence itself is not a gift you were given, but a kind of toolkit, something flexible that you can use to grow, learn, and eventually surpass your limits. But to accept this possibility, you must let go of your old assumptions. You must admit that what you see, what you believe, and what you trust might not be what you think. You must learn to live with uncertainty, not as a flaw, but as a feature, a space where deeper truths can appear. And once you do, you start to notice parallels everywhere. Déjà vu becomes a small rendering glitch. Intuition becomes hidden background code rising into awareness. Dreams feel like testing grounds. Things that once felt strange now seem almost logical. In that state of mind, you stop asking, is this real, and instead ask, what can I do with this? And that shift, from passive observer to active participant, might be all you need to reclaim your power. Because even if you are just lines of code, you are still conscious. You are still experiencing. You are still moving through this world, simulated or not, with intention. And intention is the base of reality. Purpose is something you create moment by moment. Whether your mind is biological or artificial, your pain and happiness feel real to you. Whether your life was rendered or born, your memories still shape who you are. And if meaning appears when you observe it, just like a quantum particle taking form when someone looks, then meaning always belonged to you, even in a simulation. Possibly even more in a simulation. So the next time you wake up and stare at your ceiling, wondering if it's real or not, remember that it doesn't truly matter. What matters is how you live under that ceiling,
what pattern you choose to express, and what signal you send into the noise of the world. Because even if this universe is nothing but advanced code, you are still the one who is running it.
Most of the universe is missing, and we don't know why. You've walked into rooms and felt something missing. Your keys, your phone, or a word resting on the tip of your tongue. But imagine stepping into the universe itself and realizing that almost everything is gone. Not misplaced, not broken, just absent. Imagine a stage where the lights are bright, the curtains are open, and the actors stand ready, yet 95% of the props, scenery, and substance are invisible. When you look up at the night sky, you see stars and galaxies, a universe that seems full and alive. But what if everything you can see, touch, measure, or even imagine makes up less than 5% of what actually exists? The rest, the huge majority, is missing. No one knows where it is, what it's made of, or why it hides from us. We call this dark matter and dark energy. They're placeholders for what we don't understand. Two invisible giants that shape everything we know without ever revealing themselves. This isn't science fiction. This is real cosmology. It's the quiet discomfort scientists feel as they realize the universe is a puzzle with almost all the pieces missing. Think of reading a book where every sentence makes sense, but the story, the characters, and the deeper meaning are all written in invisible ink. That's our universe. Everything we understand is a readable illusion floating on a sea of mystery. Let's start with what we can actually see. Stars, planets, dust clouds, galaxies. Everything together is less than 5% of the total content of the universe. Less than 5. It's like tasting only the frosting on a cake and thinking that's the whole dessert, never realizing the real part is hidden beneath your senses. The other 95% is split into dark matter, about 27%, and dark energy, an enormous 68%. We didn't create these ideas out of imagination. We were pushed into them by the evidence. When astronomers studied how galaxies spin, they found something strange. The stars on the outer edges weren't slowing down the way they should. Based on the visible mass, these galaxies should have fallen apart long ago. But they didn't. Something unseen was holding them together, like invisible hands gripping their edges. We named this dark matter. Not because it's dark, but because it doesn't interact with light at all. We can't see it, reflect it, or touch it. But without it, gravity stops making sense. Galaxies would tear apart. Clusters of galaxies would drift away. The entire web of matter, stretching across billions of light years, would collapse. Dark matter isn't just mysterious, it's the silent glue holding everything together. But the mystery grows deeper. In the late 1990s, astronomers studying distant exploding stars found that the expansion of the universe wasn't slowing down like everyone expected. It was speeding up, getting faster and faster, as if something invisible was pushing everything outward with growing force. This made no sense. Gravity should slow things down. Instead, space itself was stretching and expanding at an accelerating pace. To explain this, scientists proposed something new: dark energy. Unlike dark matter, which pulls things together, dark energy pushes things apart. It acts like a kind of cosmic anti-gravity that fills all of space and drives galaxies away from each other. But what is it? No one knows. Some think it's the energy of empty space itself. Others think it points to something far stranger than anything we have imagined. Whatever it is, it dominates the universe. We are not just surrounded by mystery, we're floating inside it.
Imagine looking at a painting. You see colors, shapes, and brushstrokes, but someone tells you the canvas holding all of it is 95% invisible, and every shape is suspended on something you can't perceive. That's the modern picture of the universe. The stars and galaxies are real, but they sit inside something we can't detect. It's like listening to music, but only hearing the melody, never the deep notes that give it structure. The harmony is there, but you only feel it, not hear it. And what might be the most unsettling part is this: dark matter and dark energy aren't things we misunderstood. They're things we never understood in the first place. They aren't fringe theories waiting for confirmation. They're gaps in the very center of our best science, foundations we walk on daily without seeing the ground beneath us. It's not that we're blind, it's that the universe is using rules it hasn't told us about. You might wonder, if we can't see these things, how do we know they exist? Because their effects are everywhere. Light from distant galaxies bends around invisible mass. Something must be there. Computer models of galaxy formation only match reality if dark matter halos are included. The faint glow left over from the Big Bang has tiny temperature differences that carry the fingerprints of both dark matter and dark energy. This isn't belief, it's evidence, but it's indirect evidence, like hearing footsteps in an empty room. You know something is there, but you can't find it. This forces a deeper question. What is real? Is reality only what you can see and touch? Or is it what influences things, what leaves a mark, what shapes the world? If dark matter and dark energy shape the universe without ever showing themselves, are they less real or more real? And what about us, the tiny 5%? Are we rare exceptions, little sparks rising from an ocean of hidden truth? Did the universe build a vast stage of emptiness just so a few lights could shine briefly? Or are we only the visible tips of much larger structures we can't yet comprehend? Some scientists think dark matter might be made of strange particles, WIMPs, axions, sterile neutrinos. Others think it's a sign that our understanding of gravity is incomplete. Some even argue that dark energy might not be a real substance at all, but a trick of perspective as the universe expands. But the more we look for answers, the stranger things get. Massive underground detectors built to catch dark matter have found nothing. No hints, no signs, just silence. Like chasing a ghost that always moves just out of reach. Yet if we stop searching, everything we know falls apart. Our models fail. The universe becomes something we can't explain. And so we keep going, not because we're confident, but because we must. But maybe there's another way to see this mystery. Maybe the missing universe isn't hiding from us. Maybe it's teaching us. Maybe it's reminding us that knowing something doesn't mean owning it, that certainty isn't something we're promised. Maybe mystery isn't a flaw in the universe, it's part of its design. Maybe the darkness isn't emptiness, but a veil, and behind that veil may lie something less alien and more familiar than we imagine. Maybe we aren't the first beings to ask these questions. Maybe this journey has no finish line. Because the more we reach, the more we're surrounded not by answers, but by questions wrapped in silence. The universe isn't a solved puzzle. It's a riddle that grows deeper every time we uncover a clue. And maybe the goal isn't to solve it entirely, but to explore it, listen to it, and let it shape us. So the next time you look at the night sky and feel comforted by the stars, remember they are the rare part. They are sparks drifting in an invisible ocean, and you are one of those sparks too, a moment of awareness floating in a cosmos made almost entirely of things no one has ever touched or seen, yet things that shape your every breath. The mystery isn't far away. You're breathing it. You're made from its rarest parts. You are the known, staring into the unknown. And maybe that's the true meaning of existence. Not to hold all the answers, but to shine for a brief moment in a darkness that contains everything.
You'll never truly know if anyone else is conscious. Imagine standing in front of a window at night, with all the lights behind you turned off, looking out at a city filled with glowing windows. Each window shines with light, feels alive, and suggests that lives are unfolding behind the glass. You can see movement, you notice shadows passing, you watch blinds closing, but you don't hear anyone's voice. You don't feel their thoughts. You don't sense their inner world. You only know the one happening inside you. And this is the quiet but deeply unsettling truth about consciousness. You will never truly know if anyone else has it. You will never feel what they feel. You will never step into their mind. And it's not because technology isn't advanced enough or because no one has invented the right machine. It's because there is a wall between minds that no science has ever crossed. It's like a curtain that thought cannot lift. You can watch someone's behavior, interpret their words, and read their expressions, but none of that proves that there is a real someone inside the body you're looking at. And once you understand this, the world begins to feel strangely empty, like a stage filled with brilliant actors who perform every emotion perfectly. Their expressions seem flawless, their reactions feel convincing, and yet you cannot escape the possibility that everything might be a performance. Not because they are lying, but because there may be nothing behind the performance at all. This is the problem of other minds. It is not only a philosophical question, but also a quiet emotional pain. Because no matter how close you feel to another person, no matter how much they say they love you, or cry in front of you, or hold your hand when you're scared, you are still trapped inside your own experience, and they are trapped in theirs. The connection between you is not built on certainty. It is built on trust. And trust accepts something that it can never prove. For centuries, we've tried to solve this mystery. Philosophers have turned it into a thought experiment. Scientists have treated it like a measurement problem. Psychologists have looked at babies, animals, and even machines. But every path circles back to the same empty space. There is no test that can confirm consciousness, not a true one. We can measure brain activity. We can detect emotional reactions. We can record pain responses, but these things are like signals on a dashboard. They show signs, not the experience itself. The question isn't whether someone behaves like they're conscious. The real question is whether there is something happening inside them, whether there is anything it feels like to be that person. And the moment you try to answer that question from the outside, it falls apart. You know what it feels like to be you, to feel hunger, to feel shame, to feel awe. But when you look at another person, all you see is their body, their face, and the words they speak. You assume everything else because the alternative, that no one else truly feels anything, is almost unbearable. And yet, if you follow strict logic, you can never rule out the possibility. Maybe you are the only center of awareness in a world that only looks alive on the surface. Other people smile, laugh, shout, and scream, but you've seen machines do similar things. You've seen actors cry on command without actually feeling the emotion. You've watched birds imitate human speech. So the surface of behavior is never the proof. The real proof would lie underneath, in their experience, and you cannot reach inside someone else's mind. Experience is private, unshareable, and completely internal. This isn't saying that other people are not conscious. It's saying you cannot access their consciousness. And that difference matters, because we often act as if knowing someone means sharing their inner world. But empathy, even when it feels deep, is just projection. You feel their pain by recalling your own memories of pain. You feel their joy by using your own emotional pathways. But you never truly enter their flow of awareness. You only imagine it the way you imagine the life of a character in a movie, forgetting that the whole story was written by someone else.
Your brain fills in the gaps so smoothly that you believe the feeling is shared. But it isn't. It's a reflection, an echo, a guess. Even during your closest moments, during love, grief, loss, or intense connection, you are still alone inside your mind. The connection you feel is real, but it's a feeling, not a direct link. And this is what makes the topic so haunting. We are built to assume others are conscious, but we are never given the ability to know for sure. Now imagine this idea as a room filled with mirrors. Every person you meet reflects signs of life, words, expressions, gestures. They reflect reactions and behaviors, but behind each mirror is uncertainty. Some people might have minds like yours, while others might not. There is no way to test it, because any test would only measure the mirror's reflection, not the source behind it. And this leads to unsettling possibilities. Could someone pass every test of consciousness, yet feel nothing inside? Could a machine that perfectly imitates human behavior fool the entire world without experiencing even one moment of awareness? And more unsettling, could a human do the same? What if the people around you, the ones you admire, the ones you fear, the ones you trust, are as empty as the toy dolls they once played with? This isn't paranoia. It's simply a built-in blind spot in the design of the human mind. We are sealed inside ourselves, and the doors do not open. But in that isolation, there is something meaningful. The very fact that you feel anything at all, the fact that you know what it means to be aware, makes you part of something rare. You are a brief spark of experience in a universe that is mostly silent. Stars explode, rivers move, atoms collide, but none of them know that they are doing anything. You do, or at least you think you do. And that is enough to set you apart from everything else. You are like a window that reality uses to observe itself. You are a mirror turned inward, and that is not small. It means you carry something that cannot be proven, but also cannot be denied. It is invisible to others, but real to you, and it is valuable. So when you look at another human being, the best you can do is hope. Hope that behind their eyes there is another mirror. Hope that another mind is looking back from the inside. This is where ethics begins. Because if you cannot know who is conscious, you must assume that everyone might be. Not to be safe, but to stay sane. Because the alternative, treating people like non-thinking characters until they prove otherwise, breaks the fragile structure that gives life meaning. It cuts the only thread that lets one inner world reach toward another. So instead, we choose to believe. We talk to others as if they truly hear us. We comfort them as if they truly feel pain. We love them as if their hearts truly respond. Not because we know they are conscious, but because we want them to be, and we need them to be. Because a world full of mirrors that never reflect back is not a world any human could survive in. And maybe this is the deeper truth. Even though you'll never truly know if anyone else is conscious, your life depends on acting as if they are. Only then can trust exist. Only then can kindness matter. Only then can love be more than your mind talking to itself. You cannot verify the soul of another person, but you can speak to it, you can pray to it, you can suffer beside it, and in doing so, you help create a world where consciousness matters, even when it stays hidden behind glass. So no, you will never truly know if anyone else is conscious, but you will keep talking, keep reaching, and keep believing. Because somewhere, behind one of those glowing windows, someone might be looking back.
You close your eyes and picture a flame, not a real flame, just an image in your mind. Yet your body reacts, your pupils adjust, your skin might even feel the imagined warmth. The line between what you imagine and what you actually perceive begins to blur. And this blur isn't just symbolic, it is biological. Your brain, in all its complexity, activates almost the same patterns whether you are experiencing something directly or simply imagining it. This isn't an exaggeration or a metaphor, it is a measurable fact. Functional MRI scans show that imagining an object, a movement, or a memory activates the exact same brain regions as physically interacting with them. The same neural circuits fire. The same chemicals flood your bloodstream. To your brain, imagination isn't pretend. It is rehearsal. It is reality without the external world. Once you understand this, everything changes. You begin to question not just memory or fantasy, but the very nature of reality itself. If your brain doesn't distinguish between what you see and what you imagine, then how can you be sure what is real? How many of your emotions, your fears, your choices are based not on the world itself, but on the version of the world your mind constructs? It helps to think of your brain not as a camera, but as a theater where every sensation is a performance staged by internal systems using props made from memory, prediction, emotion, and expectation. You don't just receive reality, you interpret it, you construct it, you filter it. You are not in the audience of your senses. You sit in the projection booth. Light enters your eyes. Sound enters your ears, but before it reaches your conscious awareness, it is processed, edited, narrated. One voice says, "This is dangerous." Another says, "You've felt this before." Another whispers, "This matters." All of this happens faster than thought. Sometimes, with no external input at all, the brain writes its own scene, a memory, a dream, a fear, and treats it as real. It sends signals to your nervous system. It releases hormones. It changes your heartbeat. And it doesn't apologize afterward. To the brain, if the circuits fire, it is truth. That is why a nightmare can make you sweat, why a memory can make you cry, why imagining success can boost your confidence, and imagining rejection can produce real physical pain. The boundary between what happens outside and what happens inside is razor thin. This isn't just interesting, it's fundamental. It explains why trauma leaves invisible scars, why placebos can heal, why anticipating pain can feel just as bad as experiencing it. When you rehearse an experience vividly enough, your brain does not categorize it as practice. It processes it like a live event and rewires itself accordingly. This is neuroplasticity. Your brain changes in response to input, whether it comes from reality or imagination. The saying, "thoughts become things," is not mystical, it's anatomical. If you imagine yourself failing over and over, you condition your brain to expect failure. If you imagine yourself healing, succeeding, reconnecting, your brain leans toward those outcomes too, not magically, but neurologically. Your beliefs shape your responses. Your expectations color your perception. What you imagine becomes the framework of how you live. But this adaptive feature has a cost. The brain can use imagination to prepare, protect, and empower you, but it can also trap you. It can replay insults until they scar. It can create danger so vivid that you freeze. It can simulate worst-case scenarios so convincingly that your body suffers as if they were real. Anxiety, at its deepest, is the brain simulating threats in a loop so convincingly that your body reacts as though they are real. This causes exhaustion, burnout, and sometimes despair. You are not weak for experiencing this. You're not broken. Your body is just responding to the theater it believes is real life. Unless you recognize this dynamic, you may spend years reacting to illusions as if they were real.
Now consider the implications in everyday life. If someone glares at you and you imagine they hate you, your body might react with defensiveness, sadness, or withdrawal, not because of what happened, but because of the mental movie you created around it. When you anticipate failure before trying, your brain triggers fear and stress, potentially sabotaging your performance. When you long for someone, your mind can replay conversations, memories, and imagined reunions, leaving your body to feel longing, joy, and grief all at once. None of this is fake. It is internally generated. Your nervous system does not ask, is this happening in the world? It asks, is this happening in here? If the answer is yes, the response is real. Hormones shift, muscles tense, thoughts spiral. This is why imagination is both a gift and a responsibility. It gives you access to every future, every memory, every possibility, but it also burdens you with ghosts, phantom futures, and rewritten histories. You may live a dozen lifetimes inside your head, some joyful, some painful, without moving an inch. While that might feel like wasted energy, it is actually how the brain learns. It simulates to prepare. It rehearses to predict. But when left unchecked, the rehearsal becomes the performance. The fiction becomes the script. The life you live may be guided by reflex rather than awareness. Yet this knowledge opens a door. If your brain treats imagination as reality, you can use it. You can visualize courage instead of fear, healing instead of despair, rising again instead of defeat. Athletes do this. Therapists do this. Meditation relies on this. You don't need proof from the outside to begin. You need focus, repetition, and intention. The images you feed your brain shape its wiring. The stories you tell yourself become the language your cells speak. If you're going to imagine something anyway, and you are, why not make it something that serves you? This is where science meets something almost sacred. Your mind is not just a mirror of the world. It is a co-creator. What you imagine clearly, vividly, and consistently can influence the real world by reshaping how you perceive it. Perception shapes action. Action shapes outcome. Outcome reinforces belief. This is not magic. It is psychology. But it feels magical when you break a cycle of fear by simply daring to imagine a different version of yourself. Not a perfect version, just a version that tries. The next time your mind spirals into what-ifs, replays painful scenes, or whispers failure before you start, remember, your brain isn't trying to hurt you. It is simulating survival. It just doesn't always know what to prioritize. That is your role. You get to direct the scene. You choose which simulations deserve the spotlight. While you may never silence your imagination, you can steer it gently, intentionally, toward a version of reality that empowers rather than paralyzes. In the end, your brain might not know the difference between what you live and what you imagine, but your life will be shaped by both. Everything you see, hear, or feel is a reconstruction, not the actual world. You've never experienced the world directly, not as it truly is. What reaches your awareness is a version of reality, filtered, processed, and translated by your brain, like a painting of a landscape you've never actually visited. It's drawn by a mind trying its best to guess what exists out there. Every sound you hear, every color you see, every texture you feel isn't the world itself, but your brain's interpretation of electrical signals triggered when the outside world interacts with your senses. You don't perceive reality directly. You perceive a simulation of it, a reconstruction, a model built from fragments, stitched together so seamlessly that it convinces you it's real. But just like a map is not the terrain, and a photo is not the person, your experience of the world is not the world itself. It's a best guess, a user interface designed not for truth, but for survival. And once you begin to notice these layers, once you realize how much editing goes into even a single moment of awareness, your certainty starts to shake. You begin to question what you trust, your eyes, your memory, your senses, and the ground beneath your understanding starts to shift.
If what you perceive is only a reconstruction, then reality itself becomes something forever out of reach, something you can approach but never fully grasp. Start with something as simple as color. You look at a strawberry and call it red. But red isn't in the strawberry. The external world has no colors, only electromagnetic waves of different frequencies. The object reflects certain wavelengths, your eyes detect them, and your brain assigns the label red. But red isn't out there, it exists in your mind. The world itself has no color, you do. This illusion goes beyond vision. When you hear a bird chirp, what reaches you are fluctuations in air pressure. Your ears convert them into electrical signals which your brain interprets as sound. You're not hearing the bird itself. You're hearing your brain's translation of vibration. The same is true for smell, taste, and touch. Every experience is a chain of inferences built from raw data your nervous system interprets. You're not immersed in reality. You're immersed in your brain's version of it. The deception goes deeper. Your brain doesn't just process input, it constantly fills in gaps. The world moves too fast, and your senses are too limited to capture everything. So your brain cheats. It smooths over blind spots in your vision, guesses what should be behind your blinking eyes, and invents continuity where there is none. You don't notice because the illusion is invisible, designed to feel seamless. You feel like you're watching a continuous movie, but the raw footage is patchy, noisy, and incomplete. Your brain edits the film as you watch it, cutting and pasting scenes before you're even aware of it. And the editing is not neutral. It's biased, shaped by memory, emotion, expectation, and context. Two people can witness the same event and remember it in completely different ways, not because one is lying, but because their brains built different stories, and both feel real. That's the unsettling part. Every time you recall a memory, you're not retrieving a perfect record. You're rebuilding it using fragments, emotions, and associations. Each time you do, the memory subtly changes. It drifts and reshapes. Your vivid childhood memories, for example, are collages of guesses and updates. And yet they feel real, just like the world outside your window. You believe you see it, but what you see has passed through many filters before reaching awareness. There's always a brief delay between when light hits your eyes and when your brain labels it as a tree, cloud, or car. In that delay, editing happens, reconstruction begins, and meaning is assigned. You never see raw footage. You never hear unprocessed sound. You live in the edited version. This has evolutionary roots. Early humans didn't need to perceive objective truth. They needed to detect food, predators, shelter, and social cues. Evolution shaped our senses not for accuracy, but for survival. What you see is not the real world. It's an interface, like icons on a computer screen. When you drag a folder to the trash, you don't need to know how the hard drive rewrites the data. You just need a metaphor, a trash can. That's your experience of reality, not the raw data, but the interface, the metaphor. And just like an interface hides complexity, your consciousness hides the messy mechanics of the world. You get a summary, a shortcut, a metaphor to help you function without being overwhelmed. This is why two people can argue over what happened and both feel absolutely right. They experienced different reconstructions. Their brains built different versions of the event based on unique emotions, assumptions, and past experiences. This explains why eyewitness accounts are unreliable, why memories change under stress, and why perception is flexible, even hacked by trauma. It's not a flaw, it's how the system works. Your brain isn't a passive recorder, it's an active builder. Every moment of your life is shaped by what it constructs. But realizing your perception is a construction, not a reflection, opens a strange kind of freedom. If your experience is malleable, so is your relationship to it. You can't change reality, but you can influence how you reconstruct it. You can train your attention, shift interpretations, and guide the story your brain tells. This is the foundation of mindfulness, cognitive therapy, and artistic creation. You're not stuck with a fixed perspective. You are a storyteller with editing rights. The more aware you are of the reconstruction, the more power you have to shape it consciously instead of unconsciously repeating the same interpretations. Still, this insight demands humility. It asks you to doubt your certainty. The world you see, the people you judge, the challenges you face might not be exactly as you believe. Your anger, fear, desire, and assumptions may all be rooted in a perceived world, not the actual one. This doesn't make your feelings invalid, but it makes them worth examining. If your brain is building the world, questioning the blueprint can change what you see. The next time you walk into a room and feel rejected, praised, or threatened, pause and ask, is this really happening or is this my reconstruction? Is this the world as it is or the world as I've been taught to see it? The answer may not be immediate, but the act of asking itself begins to break the illusion. Once the illusion cracks, you gain a rare kind of awareness, not of the world itself, but of the lens you're using to view it. Sometimes that alone is enough to shift everything. Your brain's job isn't to show truth, it's to keep you alive. But once you become aware, your job is different. Your job is to see clearly, to recognize that every thought, sensation, and memory is a reconstruction, a story told by you to you. While the raw world may remain unreachable, your perception of it is yours to reshape, frame by frame, thought by thought, not to escape reality, but to engage with it more honestly, to peel back the surface and ask the quiet, unsettling question beneath all awareness, not what is out there, but what am I choosing to see? You live in delay. Imagine watching a live broadcast with a tiny, almost unnoticeable lag. The game has already been played, but you're still cheering, reacting, thinking it's happening right now. Now imagine that this isn't just a TV show, it's your life. Every movement you see, every face you meet, every action you notice has already happened. You are always a few milliseconds behind reality. Not metaphorically, but literally. By the time your brain finishes constructing the image, the world has already moved forward. You are always chasing the present, but never fully catching it. This tiny delay is revealing because it shows that your sense of now is actually a carefully edited playback, stitched together from light, sound, memory, and expectation. You're not living in the real present, you're living in its echo. Once you realize this, your sense of control, certainty, and immediacy begins to dissolve. You see that you've never truly seen the world as it is, only as it was. Let's break it down. Light from an object enters your eyes and hits your retina. That information is converted into electrical signals and sent to your brain. Your brain processes these signals, adds context, fills in gaps, and finally delivers a finished picture to your conscious awareness. This whole process takes about 80 milliseconds. That may not sound like much, less than a blink, but in a world moving as fast as ours, it is significant. By the time you react to something visually, that thing is already gone. You're not seeing the punch, you're seeing where it was. You're not watching the bird fly, you're watching its ghost trail. Even when you speak, your brain starts preparing the words before you're aware of the impulse. You are always slightly behind the steering wheel of your own life, close enough to feel in control, but never fully in sync. This delay isn't a flaw, it's a feature, a safety buffer. Your brain isn't built for speed, it's built for meaning and understanding. Comprehension takes time. Instead of showing you a raw, messy stream of input, your brain curates it, prioritizes coherence over accuracy, and smooths the moment. It makes sense of things, even if it means adjusting the timing, and you never notice because you are immersed in the illusion. You think you are reacting instantaneously, but every moment has already become memory by the time it registers. You are the narrator of a story being told on a slight delay. You may notice this in moments like déjà vu, slow-motion fear, or the strange gap between thought and action. Sports scientists see it in athletes. A baseball batter, for example, can't react in time to a 95-mile-per-hour pitch after it's been thrown. The brain can't process and respond that fast, so it predicts. It anticipates the trajectory using prior experience and moves the body in advance, not in reaction. Most of the time it works, but when it's wrong, the batter misses, not because of bad reflexes, but because they were reacting to the wrong version of the future. This predictive mechanism isn't just for athletes, it's in everyone. Your brain is always forecasting. It paints the present by blending past data with best guesses about what should be happening now. The you that reacts is a product of this lag-adjusted forecast. And because it feels seamless, you trust it. This delay explains strange experiences. Ever felt like your body moved before you consciously decided to? That's because it did. Neuroscience shows that before voluntary movement, the brain builds electrical activity hundreds of milliseconds ahead of your awareness. Your brain starts the action and then sends the signal that you chose this. Free will, in that light, becomes less of a command and more of a commentary, like a sports announcer describing a play that has already happened. You feel like the author, but you're really the narrator, and the story is already in motion. Even emotions happen in delay. When sudden fear hits, your body responds before you understand why. A noise, a shadow, a movement. Your body jumps, your heart races, and only afterward does your mind construct a reason. That looked like a snake, you might think. But the reaction already happened. The explanation was added later. This post hoc rationalization keeps the illusion of continuity intact. You didn't flinch because you understood. You flinched because your brain caught the echo and made a story from it. Now think about life as a whole. If every perception is delayed, then every assumption based on those perceptions is slightly off. How you remember someone's expression, interpret a tone, or react to danger or joy is all based on data that has already passed. Your understanding of the world is always playing catch-up, and yet you make decisions, form beliefs, and build relationships from within this loop, slightly behind the present. This doesn't mean life is false. It means it's a story built from what just happened, not what is happening now. Understanding this can cause anxiety or freedom. If you expect your reactions to always be perfect and instantaneous, you'll be frustrated. But if you accept the delay, you gain clarity. You allow yourself space. You stop expecting perfection in the moment and start noticing the lag. That awareness gives you the chance to pause, recalibrate, and take a second look, a second thought, a second chance. The first reaction is always behind, but the second can get ahead. It's like riding in a train car with soundproof windows. You see the trees rushing past, the landscape shifting, but you don't feel the train's true speed. Everything seems slower, quieter, more controlled. Then suddenly a jolt reminds you the train is moving faster than it feels. Your perception is a passenger, reality is the train. You're always a little behind. Knowing this doesn't weaken your experience. It sharpens it. It makes you more attentive and curious. It teaches you to be gentle with your assumptions and more deliberate with your reactions. So next time someone startles you, a memory shifts, or a decision feels instant yet confusing, remember, you're living in delay. But that delay isn't a curse. It's a mirror. It shows how your mind assembles the world. And once you see that clearly, you can step closer to truth, not by racing to catch the present, but by understanding why you were always just a little behind.
The universe might actually be set up perfectly for conscious life. Imagine a huge safe, like the ones in spy movies. It has many dials, switches, and settings, each one standing for a different fundamental constant of our universe. One dial controls how strong gravity is. Another sets the mass of the electron. Another decides how fast space expands. Every single setting has to be exact, with precision so extreme that human accuracy feels clumsy in comparison. Now imagine this enormous safe was somehow opened against impossible odds, not randomly, but in a way that lines up perfectly so that life can exist. Not just atoms or stars, but awareness, consciousness, and you. And then you're forced to ask the question most people avoid their whole life. Is this just an accident, or is it hinting at something deeper? The idea that the universe might be fine-tuned for life, especially conscious life, isn't vague philosophy wrapped in mystery. It's physics coming extremely close to wonder. So let's look at what fine-tuning really means. In the equations that shape the universe, the constants, like the speed of light, the gravitational pull, the force that holds atomic nuclei together, are not random. They are fixed numbers. But they didn't have to be those numbers. They could have been a little different. And here's the shocking part. Even the tiniest change in some of these values would make the universe unable to support life. If gravity were just a tiny bit stronger, stars would burn too quickly. If it were slightly weaker, stars wouldn't form at all. If the strong nuclear force were changed by the smallest amount, atoms wouldn't stay together. If the universe expanded just a little faster right after the Big Bang, matter would have scattered and galaxies would never appear. It seems like we live in a very narrow safe zone, not only on Earth, but inside the laws of physics themselves. It's like balancing a pencil on its tip for billions of years, and somehow it never falls. This isn't a mystical belief. It's a real puzzle inside cosmology. The constants of nature look suspiciously perfect. And they're not perfect for just any universe. They're perfect for a universe that has observers. This is where consciousness becomes important, because the laws of physics don't only allow atoms to exist, they allow thoughts to exist. They let creatures develop senses, self-awareness, morality, creativity, and meaning. And if that doesn't shake you, then you haven't understood how strange this is. It's one thing for a universe to allow planets and suns. It's another for it to allow Shakespeare, Mozart, first love, the taste of fruit, or the sound of rain. The question isn't only why the universe can support life. The question is why it supports such rich, deep thinking life. Life that doesn't just survive, but wonders. Some people argue it's only coincidence, that there are many universes and we just happen to live in the one that works. It's like buying billions of lottery tickets and being surprised that one of them won. This is the multiverse idea. Endless universes, each with its own constants. Most of them are empty, lifeless, and silent. A few, like ours, are full of potential. In this view, we're not special, we're just lucky. It's like a fish being amazed that water is perfect for swimming, forgetting that fish can't exist where water isn't. But there's another possibility, one people are often afraid to say out loud because it sounds close to design. What if the universe wasn't just one of many? What if it was shaped this way on purpose, whether natural necessity or some kind of intention? What if consciousness isn't just a random outcome of matter, but the goal or the destination of matter? This is the unsettling edge of fine-tuning. It suggests the universe from its earliest moment leaned toward awareness, that atoms were on a path that would eventually lead to brains, that the laws of nature were written in a way that would produce not just movement, but meaning. And if that doesn't shake you, then you haven't understood how strange this is. It's one thing for a universe to allow planets and suns.
It's another for it to allow Shakespeare, Mozart, first love, the taste of fruit, or the sound of rain. The question isn't only why the universe can support life. The question is why it supports such rich, deep thinking life, life that doesn't just survive, but wonders.
Think of tuning a violin. If any string is even slightly off, the whole melody fails. Our universe seems tuned with perfect balance, not just to create instruments like atoms and galaxies, but to allow a song to appear, a song that is able to hear itself. That's the real miracle. Not only that life exists, but that life can wonder why it exists. The universe isn't silent. Through us, it becomes aware of itself. Some scientists have tried to remove the mystery of fine-tuning. Maybe the constants aren't truly basic. Maybe deeper laws explain why they must be that way. But that only pushes the puzzle back one more step. Why those deeper laws? Why that system? It becomes an endless chain of questions. And at some point, you're left staring at the unknown with a childlike question burning in your mind. Why this? Why anything at all? Now imagine a different image. You wake up in a locked room. The air is perfect. The temperature is comfortable. There's food waiting for you. There's a book written in your language. You could say it's all coincidence, that the room just happens to fit your needs. But the longer you stay, the more it feels like someone prepared the room for you. That maybe you were expected. That maybe the room was not just a container, but a welcome. That's what fine-tuning feels like, waking up in a universe that seems strangely prepared for your arrival. And here's another twist. Even if the universe wasn't fine-tuned for life, we would never know. Because only in a universe that allows consciousness could anyone even ask the question. This is the anthropic principle. It says you shouldn't be surprised that you live in a universe that supports life, because you couldn't live in one that doesn't. It's like walking into a party and being amazed that there's music. Of course there is. If there wasn't, you wouldn't be there. But this explanation feels like a shortcut. It explains why we can observe life, but not why the fit between life and the universe feels so perfect. Because when you look closely, the match is not just acceptable, it's elegant, graceful, beautiful. The math of the universe doesn't only allow life, it almost seems to dance with it. The equations that control particles also control galaxies. The same rules that keep atoms stable also light up stars. There is unity, order, and something that looks like architecture. And inside that architecture, you don't just find space and time. You find curiosity, wonder, and the desire to understand. And here's the twist. Maybe the universe doesn't just allow consciousness. Maybe it completes itself through consciousness. Maybe awareness isn't an add-on. Maybe it's a final step. If that's true, then your life means something deeply significant. You're not a meaningless speck floating for no reason. You're the way the universe looks at itself. You're the moment when physics turns into poetry, when chemistry becomes curiosity, when biology becomes a voice asking, "Who am I?" Your existence isn't an accident without meaning. It's part of a bigger pattern, a point on a line that couldn't appear unless everything before it was exactly right. And that means your questions matter. Your thoughts ripple backward through stars, particles, and the flow of time, echoing the question the universe itself might be wondering, what am I for? We might never know the answer. Maybe it's all coincidence. But if it is, then it is the most meaningful coincidence imaginable. And if it isn't coincidence, if there is a deeper purpose behind the way the constants line up, then every breath you take becomes part of that purpose. Every act of kindness, every piece of art, every idea. It's not just human, it's universal.
It's the cosmos achieving what it set in motion long ago, through you. So whether we are lucky, chosen, or simply here because this is the only kind of universe we could be conscious in, one truth stays the same. The universe works. And it works so well that it created minds capable of noticing how well it works. And in that moment of noticing, something miraculous appears. Not in the stars, not in the numbers, but in the awareness between them. An awareness that whispers, "This is not just a place to live. This is a place meant for waking up."
There might be infinite versions of you in other universes. Imagine you're standing in a long hallway filled with mirrors, not just a pair of mirrors facing each other, but thousands lined up side by side, each one showing you a slightly different version of you. One mirror shows you with a different haircut, another shows you wearing clothes you don't own, a third shows you standing next to someone you've never met in this life. And as you walk forward, the reflections begin to look even stranger. In one, you're smiling at someone who feels familiar yet unknown. In another, you're wearing a uniform you've never seen yourself in, holding a trophy you never won. The hallway goes on forever, and eventually you feel the unsettling realization rising inside you. These aren't reflections at all, they're realities. Each one is a version of you living a different life, following a different road. And suddenly your sense of who you are begins to stretch, not into confusion, but into something bigger. Because if the universe is endless, then so are you. This isn't just a science fiction fantasy. It comes from strange but real ideas in quantum physics and cosmology. In quantum mechanics, tiny particles don't choose a single state until they're looked at. Before being observed, they sit in a superposition, many possibilities at the same time. The famous Double-Slit experiment showed that particles behave like clouds of probability until someone watches. Then that cloud collapses into one actual result. But the many worlds idea, one of the serious interpretations of quantum physics, says something far more extreme. It says the wave doesn't collapse at all. Instead, every possible result actually happens, but in different parallel universes. When you flip a coin, in one universe it lands on heads, in another it lands on tails, and in another it never lands at all, spinning forever. And this same idea might apply to you, to your decisions, your regrets, your dreams, your possibilities. If that's true, then right now, as you read this, countless versions of you are living out countless different lives. Some are nearly identical to you, same memories, same personality, just a step ahead or behind. Others are wildly different. In one universe, you moved to the city you only imagined. In another, you never met the person who broke your heart. In a different one, you followed the passion you gave up for safety. And in another, you're not even human. Every version grows like a branch from a cosmic tree, every decision, every possibility, every interaction pushing outward. You aren't a single straight line. You are a multiverse of potential. It's easy to think these other versions are imaginary or what-ifs, but according to this physics idea, they're as real as the one you're experiencing right now. You just happen to be aware of this one version. In this picture, consciousness isn't glued to one universe. It's like a flashlight moving across a book where all the stories already exist at the same time. Your awareness makes this story feel like the only one, but the others are still unfolding, just beyond your reach. And if you could somehow shift that awareness, like tuning a radio to a new frequency, you might suddenly wake up in a different life without remembering the one you're in. And that life wouldn't feel alternate or strange. It would feel like the only life you ever had. And maybe this shift has already happened more times than you can imagine. Now the deeper implications begin to spread. If there are countless versions of you, each making different choices, what does that mean about free will? Are you choosing your life, or are you just one version of yourself reading one page of a much bigger book? This idea can make your mind spin, but it can also feel freeing, because it means no single choice completely traps you. No mistake permanently defines you. Possibility isn't something rare, it's something built into the way reality works. It means that for every door you didn't walk through, a different you did. For every yes you didn't say, another you said it. You're not only the story you're living, you're the meeting point of endless stories. But this creates a strange paradox. If all outcomes happen somewhere, then why does it matter what you choose here? Why try? Why care? But the truth is that your experience is still real to you. You still feel joy, sadness, fear, love. This version of life still matters because you're the one living it. Even if other versions exist, even if the number is infinite, this moment is yours, and that alone gives it meaning. Think of the multiverse like a library. Endless books on endless shelves. Every book is a different version of your life. Some are exciting, some are painful. Some are almost identical with only a single sentence changed. Others are so different they barely resemble you. But you can only read one book at a time. Your consciousness is the reader. And even if all the other books sit right there, this is the one you're inside right now. So the real question isn't which version is the real you. The question is what you choose to do with the page you're currently holding. This idea appears everywhere, in stories, religions, dreams. The thought of parallel selves isn't new. Many ancient traditions speak of spirit doubles or shadow selves or twin souls. And in dreams, you may visit places you've never seen, speak languages you don't know, or live entire lives in a few seconds. What if those dreams aren't just inventions, but glimpses? What if your mind, during sleep or silence, slips into other universes without realizing? What if déjà vu isn't memory, but a moment of resonance, two versions of you brushing past each other for a heartbeat? The psychological effect of this idea can be huge. You begin to see yourself not as a fixed identity, but as a pattern, something that repeats with infinite variations. And this changes everything. When you fail here, you can imagine that somewhere another version of you succeeded. When you freeze with fear, you can picture another version who was bold. When you feel lonely, you can remember that across endless universes, you are never really alone, because you exist everywhere. And while this idea is cosmic, it feels personal too, because it reminds you that you're not stuck. You're not locked into a single fate. You are changeable. But this idea comes with a warning. You can't use it to avoid responsibility. You can't say, another version of me made the right choice, so I don't need to. That's like watching someone else work out and expecting to grow stronger yourself. Your actions here still shape your experience. This is your branch of the infinite tree. You care for it or you don't. You write it or you erase it. The other versions may exist, but they aren't living this moment. Only you are. So what do you do with this awareness? You stop living as if your story is trapped. You stop treating your life like a narrow hallway with only one route, and you start to see it like a wide field, open, spacious, full of possible paths. You stop letting the fear of regret paralyze you, not because regret disappears, but because you realize it doesn't define your entire identity. And you start moving forward with curiosity instead of needing absolute certainty. Because if the multiverse is real, then life isn't a single strict path. It's a language, and every version of you is speaking a slightly different version of the same message, I am possible. And somewhere out there, in some universe you'll never visit, another version of you may be feeling the same thing, and maybe, in some mysterious way, listening back. Your memory is rewritten every time you recall it. Every time you remember something, think of your memory like soft wax instead of a locked vault. Every time you touch it, every time you revisit a moment, it changes. Not on purpose, not to trick you, but quietly and subtly. A small edge blurs, a detail shifts, a sound that never happened might appear. A glance becomes a stare. A neutral phrase takes on a tone. You don't notice the change because the new version feels just as real, sometimes even more real. But it's no longer exactly the memory you first had. Every time you recall something, it's a rewrite, not a replay.
Your mind doesn't pull up a file. It repaints a scene. And with every stroke, it adds tiny changes that mix with what you think is true. And just like that, memory slowly turns into myth. We like to believe that memories are frozen snapshots, clean, sharp, and preserved. But science shows a different story. Memories are not recordings, they are reconstructions. When you remember something, your brain doesn't pull up a perfect image. It rebuilds the experience from pieces, bits of sight, sound, emotion, and context, and puts them together into a story that makes sense. It even uses clues from the present to fill in missing parts from the past. And while doing this, it often changes the original memory. The more emotional a memory is, the more it gets repeated. And ironically, the more it gets repeated, the more it becomes vulnerable to change. Your most vivid memories, the ones you're certain are true, might actually be the most rewritten. One of the clearest studies on memory change came from psychologist Elizabeth Loftus. She showed how easily people's memories could be influenced. By changing just one word in a question, she could alter how someone remembered a car crash. Asking, how fast were the cars going when they smashed into each other, led people to estimate higher speeds than using the word hit. Some even remembered seeing broken glass that wasn't there. This isn't about gullibility, it's just how memory works. Your brain doesn't store the past. It builds a version of it, using what's around you now as a framework. This isn't just academic, it's deeply personal. Think of a childhood memory, maybe a family trip, a favorite toy, or a moment of shame or joy. You've told the story many times, and it has become part of who you are. But what if parts of it aren't true? What if your brain, trying to protect you or make sense of the moment, subtly changed the facts over the years? Maybe someone else's memory merged with yours. Maybe your interpretation hardened into certainty. Maybe the story you tell replaced what really happened. This isn't lying. It's just how the mind works. Once you realize this, your sense of self begins to shift. Because who are you if not a collection of memories? And what are those memories if not a mix of truth and imagination? The implications are huge. Memory is flexible. Every time you tell a story about your past, you're not just recounting it, you're rewriting it. Not just for others, but for yourself. Each retelling strengthens the new version. This is why eyewitnesses can be unreliable. Why two siblings can remember the same event in completely different ways. You could argue over what really happened, both certain you are right, and yet both of you could be both right and wrong.
But memory changes aren't always bad. Sometimes they protect you. Your brain might soften painful details. It might make someone look kinder to preserve a connection. It might blur trauma so you can move forward. These aren't flaws. They are features. Your mind is constantly editing your story, not just for accuracy, but to help you survive. It prioritizes meaning over precision, continuity over exact timing. In doing so, it keeps you sane, even if it means telling you stories that didn't exactly happen the way you think. Still, this brings up hard questions. If your memories aren't reliable, how can you trust your experiences? How can you be sure of what made you who you are? And if your identity depends on memory, then who are you really? The answer isn't to doubt yourself completely. It's to understand that memory tells stories. Your past isn't a rigid truth. It's a living document that changes, shifts, and reflects not only what happened, but who you are now. Memory isn't fixed, it evolves with you. Think of memory like a palimpsest, a manuscript written on, erased, and rewritten many times. Beneath the visible words are traces of earlier versions, faint but not gone. When you recall something, you're not reading the original ink. You're reading layers colored by mood, perspective, and context. Sometimes the new writing completely replaces the old. Sometimes it blends with it. Sometimes the original seeps through in unexpected ways. Dreams, triggers, flashbacks, all are part of this, but memory is never untouched, never pure. This also explains why nostalgia feels so powerful. When you remember the good old days, your brain isn't giving you a neutral snapshot. It highlights the pleasant parts and downplays the rest. The lighting seems warmer, the people kinder, the moments more meaningful. This isn't lying, it's design. Nostalgia comforts you, linking who you were with who you are now. But it's also an illusion. You're remembering a past that may never have existed exactly as you see it. And collective memory works the same way. Societies remember events differently. History books tell one story. Oral traditions tell another. Myths appear, persist, and evolve. Each generation reshapes them. A nation's memory is as flexible as an individual's. It can be influenced by repetition, emotion, and omission. Propaganda, nostalgia, revisionism all tap into this. The result is a shared history that feels solid, but is actually changeable. But there's also beauty in this. If memory can be rewritten, it can be rewritten intentionally. You can revisit painful moments and see them differently. You can take stories of failure and find growth in them. You can look at regrets and discover lessons. You are not trapped by your past, you are in conversation with it. Each time you remember, you have a chance to reshape how it lives in you. Ultimately, memory isn't about perfect recall, it's about creating a coherent self. Your brain weaves experiences into a story that helps you function, connect, and make decisions. Accuracy is sacrificed for continuity. Truth bends to make room for meaning. And maybe that's what makes memory human, not its precision, but its fluidity. It's a canvas never finished, a film editing itself in real time, a book with shifting chapters. So next time you remember a moment that defines you, pause. Ask yourself, is this how it really happened or how I needed it to happen? Not to doubt yourself, but to understand yourself. Every memory is a mosaic, part reality, part dream, part story. The more you engage with this mosaic, the more whole you become. Not because you've pinned down the truth, but because you've embraced the art of remembering. Science still has no working definition of consciousness. Imagine a flickering flame in a dark room. You see its light, you feel its warmth, but what exactly is the flame? Is it the heat, the light, the movement of molecules, or something else? Something harder to grasp, something more than the sum of its parts. That is what consciousness is like. Real, undeniable, yet frustratingly elusive. We experience it constantly. We live through it. Everything we think, feel, and know is filtered through it. And yet, despite centuries of philosophy and decades of neuroscience, science still doesn't know what it is. We can map brain activity, track chemical reactions, and even mimic some cognitive processes with artificial intelligence. But we still can't define consciousness in any clear, universal, or measurable way. It is the ghost in the machine, the whisper behind every thought, the question within the question. Neuroscience has made incredible progress. We can identify the regions involved in language, emotion, memory, and perception. We can create sensations with electrodes, shut down awareness with anesthesia, and observe its return. But none of this explains the central mystery. Why and how do these electrical signals produce subjective experience? Why does the brain not only process information, but also feel like something? This is called the hard problem of consciousness, a term coined by philosopher David Chalmers. It's hard not because it's technically difficult,
but because it may be conceptually unsolvable within our current understanding. It asks how matter can give rise to mind. You can scan someone's brain as they watch a sunset and measure which neurons fire and when. But that scan won't tell you what the sunset felt like. The orange of the sky, the breeze on your skin, the memory it triggered. These are qualia, the individual units of conscious experience. They are private. You can describe them, but no one else can experience them directly. Because of this, science hits a wall. It relies on observation, measurement, and replication, but consciousness refuses to be placed under a microscope without changing in the process. It is not something you look at, it is what you look with. Some theories try to bridge this gap. Integrated Information Theory, or IIT, suggests that consciousness comes from how much information a system can integrate. The more complex and interconnected the system, the more aware it becomes. Another model, Global Workspace Theory, compares consciousness to a theater spotlight. Only one process gets the stage at a time, while others remain backstage in the unconscious mind. These are insightful models, but they are metaphors, not definitions. They describe what consciousness might do, not what it actually is. It's like trying to define fire by cataloging the smoke. Useful, but incomplete. Artificial intelligence also complicates the discussion. Machines can now write, paint, compose music, and hold conversations. They can pass basic Turing tests. They can simulate empathy, creativity, and even self-reflection. But are they conscious? Or are they just following scripts with no awareness behind the curtain? And if they aren't conscious, then what is missing? What spark does the brain have that silicon does not? Or is consciousness not all or nothing, but a spectrum, existing in degrees or layers we haven't yet imagined?
Philosophy hasn't solved it either. Descartes famously said, "I think, therefore I am." But that tells us we exist, not what that existence is. Eastern philosophies like Buddhism and Advaita Vedanta approach consciousness differently. They see it not as a byproduct of the brain, but as the fundamental substance of reality, the canvas on which all experience is painted. In these traditions, consciousness is not inside you, you exist within it. It is the sea in which thought, identity, and perception float. This flips the Western view. Instead of consciousness arising from matter, matter arises from consciousness. A common metaphor is a mirror. Is the brain like a mirror reflecting consciousness, or a lantern generating it? If you break the mirror, the reflection disappears, but the light still exists. Could that be true for consciousness? Does it survive the death of the body? Or is it just an emergent illusion, a clever trick of evolution that vanishes when the brain stops working? These aren't just abstract questions. They touch the core of what it means to be alive. Are we temporary passengers on a biological ride, or is consciousness itself dreaming of neurons? This mystery isn't limited to humans. What about animals? Does a dog, a bird, or an octopus have consciousness? What about a worm or a bee? If they do, what is it like? Is their experience colored by emotions similar to ours, or something entirely alien? And how could we ever know? The problem isn't just vertical, comparing humans to animals. It's horizontal. Could two people experience the same event in totally different ways and never realize it? If my red looks like your green, but we both call it red, how could we detect the difference? Consciousness is isolated. It cannot be compared directly. It is a solitary light in a world of echoes. Even time and space bend under the weight of consciousness. Our sense of duration changes with mood. A minute can feel endless under stress or vanish in joy. Space feels different. When we are scared, walls seem closer, shadows stretch. Consciousness doesn't just observe reality, it shapes it. It acts like a lens, distorting, focusing, and reframing the world. Yet we still have no working definition of what this lens is made of. We don't know its origin, its substance, or why it persists. Some scientists suggest that consciousness might be a fundamental property of the universe, like mass or charge. It doesn't emerge from anything else. It simply exists. This idea, called panpsychism, proposes that all matter has some form of consciousness, even atoms, electrons, and rocks, not thinking as we do, but a flicker of awareness. If this is true, consciousness isn't rare, it's universal. Complex brains like ours are just places where it becomes dense enough to reflect on itself. Yet this is just a hypothesis, one among many. And that's the truth we keep returning to. We don't know. Science can describe how neurons fire, how brain waves relate to thoughts, how anesthesia switches off awareness, but it cannot explain why awareness exists at all. We can map the terrain, but we don't know what the map is drawn on. We are explorers charting an ocean from inside a glass submarine, seeing the ripples, but not the source. Maybe that is what makes consciousness so profound. It is both the thing we seek to understand and the tool we use to understand it. It is question and questioner, flashlight and fog. To study it is like holding a mirror up to a mirror, trying to find the original. In doing so, we glimpse something intimate and infinite. There is more to being human than neurons and data. There is mystery, there is wonder, and there is the strange, simple fact that you are aware right now, reading these words, feeling time, holding thoughts only you can access. And no matter how much science progresses, that flame in the dark room still flickers, refusing to be named. Space isn't empty. It's full of invisible fields and fluctuations. We often imagine space as a silent void, an endless cold canvas stretching forever in all directions, filled with nothing but the occasional star or planet. But this picture is misleading, a mental shortcut for something far stranger and more alive. What we call empty space is not empty at all. It's more like a restless ocean, calmed from a distance, but in reality full of invisible currents, hidden storms, and ripples that never stop moving. Imagine standing on a frozen lake that looks solid under your feet. Yet beneath the surface, the ice is cracking, reforming, whispering with energy. That's what space is like, still on the surface, but seething underneath. Quantum field theory, one of the most successful frameworks in modern physics, tells us that every particle in the universe is like a ripple of an underlying field that spreads across all of space. There isn't just one field, but many. A field for electrons, a field for quarks, a field for photons. These fields don't appear only when particles exist. They are always there, always vibrating, always fluctuating. Whether we detect anything or not, even in the emptiest vacuum we can create, these fields remain. They hum with what physicists call vacuum fluctuations, brief, spontaneous bursts of energy that arise from the very fabric of reality and then vanish almost instantly. It's as if the universe is playing a game of quantum whack-a-mole beneath our feet, with particles popping into existence and then disappearing before we can see them. This isn't science fiction, it's measurable. The Casimir effect, a real and observed phenomenon, shows that these vacuum fluctuations are not just theoretical, but can exert physical force. When two uncharged metal plates are placed extremely close together in a vacuum, they are mysteriously pulled toward each other. This isn't caused by gravity or magnetism, but because the quantum fields between the plates are subtly different from those outside. The so-called empty space is doing the pulling. This leads to a deeper understanding. Space is not a background. It's not just a passive stage for the cosmic drama. It's an active participant.
Space is dynamic, flexible, and full of potential. Like the surface of a trampoline, it bends under weight, snaps back when disturbed, and responds to motion. This idea is the heart of Einstein's general relativity. Gravity is not a force in the traditional sense, but a warping of space itself, a deformation in the invisible fabric caused by mass and energy. You don't fall toward the Earth because it pulls you. You fall because the Earth has reshaped the space beneath your feet. That image is not complete, because general relativity, as elegant as it is, doesn't explain what space is made of. It treats it as a smooth continuum, like silk stretched across the universe. Quantum theory disagrees. It suggests that at the tiniest scales, space is granular, discrete, and foamy. At the Planck length, far smaller than any microscope can see, space may be made of tiny jittering chunks, constantly fluctuating like pixels flickering on a broken screen. This so-called quantum foam is more like boiling soup than calm emptiness. The closer you zoom in, the more violent and unpredictable everything becomes. This quantum turbulence isn't just theoretical. It might be behind dark energy, the mysterious force accelerating the expansion of the universe. It might also create virtual particles that affect real particles, even when nothing else is present. These fluctuations can change the energy levels of atoms, influence light as it travels, and could even be connected to the Higgs field, which gives particles their mass. In other words, the vacuum isn't empty. It's a hidden engine constantly generating, influencing, and shaping the universe at every level.
To imagine this, picture a massive, invisible loom woven with countless threads of light, energy, and information. Most of the time, these threads cancel each other out, giving the illusion of calm. But occasionally, the weave knots, stretches, or vibrates, creating matter, motion, and form. The loom is space itself. Everything we call something, stars, atoms, even thoughts, is a brief twist in its invisible threads. There's another layer to this. Quantum entanglement shows that particles can be linked across huge distances so that the state of one instantly affects the other, no matter how far apart they are. This challenges our understanding of cause and effect. It suggests that space might not be what separates things, but what connects them. That the structure of space is more like a web of relationships than just distances. From this view, space is not neutral ground. It's an intimate network of unseen ties. Even time itself might not be separate from these fields. Some physicists suggest that time emerges from entanglement, from the correlations between these fluctuations. If that's true, the passage of time, the arrow from before to after, could be another illusion born from the restless heart of empty space. This realization is both profound and a little unsettling. We walk through space every day. We look into the night sky and imagine silence, distance, and stillness. But in truth, we're moving across a sea of storms. Every atom in your body is affected by the invisible fields rippling beneath you. Every breath you take is shaped by a universe that constantly trembles, responds, and shifts in ways we cannot even fully imagine. You are floating not through nothing, but through a hidden world far more complex and electric than anything you have imagined. Perhaps this is the ultimate metaphor. We are like children playing in a field of grass, unaware that beneath the soil lies a vast network of roots, insects, and microbes, a hidden world that supports the one we see. The soil seems solid, the field seems calm, but just below the surface, everything is moving. The observer can become the observed, consciousness feedback loops. You stand before a mirror, not just to check your reflection, but out of a quiet curiosity to see if anything is looking back. At first, it's only you, a face you know well, but the longer you stare, the more unfamiliar that reflection begins to feel. Your eyes meet the eyes in the glass, and a strange sensation rises inside you, the feeling that something behind the mirror is watching you in return. In that moment, the boundaries start to blur. You are the one observing, yes, but you also become the one being observed. And what looks back at you is not only your face, it's your awareness noticing itself. This is the loop. Consciousness can fall into a repeating spiral where perception turns inward and folds over itself, like a snake swallowing its own tail. The mind doesn't simply receive reality, it recreates it, adjusts it, interprets it, and eventually begins to question its own position inside it. We often think observing is passive. You see something, hear something, take it in. But once the observer becomes the thing being watched, the whole idea of reality begins to shift. It becomes like a camera pointing at its own live feed. Feedback appears. Thoughts begin to echo through layers of reflection until you can't tell where seeing ends and being begins. Consciousness is not just a light shining outward onto the world. It is more like a hall of mirrors, where every beam eventually turns back on itself. And this looping quality of the mind is not only a philosophical idea, it is a real challenge in science, psychology, and even artificial intelligence. The fact that consciousness can observe itself, analyze itself, and even try to change itself introduces a paradox that is both deeply human and profoundly unsettling. A machine can record what is happening around it. A camera can notice movement, but a human mind can do something different. It can watch its own thoughts, question its own reasons, imagine future possibilities, replay old memories, and then judge itself for all of it. You think a thought, and then you think about the fact that you just thought it. This second layer of awareness is extremely complex. It doesn't just create experience, it creates a commentary on experience. It feels like living your life while also narrating it, correcting it, censoring it, and imagining different versions of it. And the more you analyze the story of your life, the harder it becomes to know whether you're really living it or simply watching yourself act it out. In neuroscience, this inner loop appears in many ways, from metacognition, which is thinking about thinking, to the default mode network, which becomes active when the brain is resting and starts running internal movies, reflections, and self-related stories. This part of the brain seems to be where your sense of identity lives, the inner stage where you replay conversations, revisit embarrassing moments, prepare for social interactions, and rate your own behavior as a person. But here's the twist. Every time you observe your own thoughts, you change them. Just like a quantum particle that shifts its behavior when measured, consciousness is altered by the very act of watching itself. You try to look at yourself objectively, but that attempt immediately changes who you are. You study your fears, but they shift under pressure. You examine your desires, only to find they move like shadows. In trying to understand yourself, you reshape yourself, and this makes your true self impossible to fully know. This loop becomes even more obvious in social life. You walk into a room and instantly become aware of how others might see you. But you don't just react to it, you begin to behave according to it. You adjust your posture, your tone, your timing. You change your laugh. You practice your expressions. And slowly, without noticing, your identity becomes a performance. You aren't just living, you are being watched. Not necessarily by real people, but by the imagined version of yourself you think they see. The observer now lives inside your own mind. This inner watcher becomes like a silent audience that never goes away. It evaluates you. It criticizes you. It remembers your mistakes. It shapes who you become. Over time, you begin living for this invisible audience. And in doing so, you drift away from the person you were before you became so aware of being seen. You cannot unsee yourself. You cannot forget that you are being observed, even if the gaze is your own. Artists feel this loop deeply. They judge their work before it's even finished, worrying about criticism before the paint is dried. Writers read their own sentences while they're still forming them. Speakers hear their own voice as they speak and feel uncomfortable with it. This kind of self-awareness can lead to hesitation, perfectionism, and even paralysis. But it can also create brilliance. In this tension between being spontaneous and being self-critical, creativity sparks. The same loop that distorts your mind can also sharpen it. It is both a burden and a gift, because when you observe yourself, you gain distance. And in that distance, you sometimes find a sense of clarity, or at least the feeling of clarity. Spiritual traditions across the world have tried to understand this loop. Some call it the ego, others call it illusion. Practices like meditation often focus on watching the mind without holding on to the thoughts, letting ideas drift past like clouds instead of treating them as hard truths. The aim isn't to stop thinking, it's to stop identifying yourself with your thoughts, to become the sky instead of the storm. But even this practice of watching the mind feeds the loop. You become conscious that you are observing yourself, not reacting, and now the loop deepens. In many traditions, enlightenment is not escaping thought, but escaping the need to watch yourself at all. But how can you stop observing yourself without first deciding to stop? And as soon as you decide, the observation begins again. In artificial intelligence research, these consciousness loops raise difficult questions. If we build a machine that can reflect on its own internal processes, does that create a form of self-awareness? Or is it only imitating the patterns of humans? Can reflection without a subjective inner experience count as consciousness? And if yes, what does that say about us? Are we anything more than complex systems looping back on themselves? Trained by life to model the world and model ourselves. Does consciousness come from complexity alone, or from some deeper spark we haven't discovered? And so we return to the mirror, the same one you stared into earlier. Only now, the unsettling part isn't your face. It's the idea that inside every glance, every moment of self-judgment, every inner voice, there is a feedback loop quietly running. A loop that never stops. A loop that changes a little every time you look at it. And you cannot step outside it, not fully, because every attempt to step out simply creates another version of yourself watching from a new angle. You think you are stepping back, but really you are stepping further inward. And the deeper you go, the more unfamiliar you become to yourself. The observer can never escape the observed, because in consciousness, they are the same thing. There are no solid objects. Everything is mostly empty space. You tap your fingers on a wooden table. It feels firm, unyielding, solid. But what if that feeling is not the truth? What if under that reassuring surface there is almost nothing at all? Not nothing in a poetic sense, but literally nothing in the physical sense. When you press your hand against any object, a wall, a chair, your own chest, you are not actually touching matter the way your mind thinks you are. You are interacting with a force field, a cloud of possibilities, a dance of energy pushing things apart. The table is not a solid block packed edge to edge with material. It is mostly emptiness, just like you. And this is not philosophy, it is physics. At the scale of atoms, everything you consider solid is 99.999% empty space. The protons and neutrons huddled together in the nucleus, while the electrons orbit far away. If an atom were the size of a cathedral,
Its nucleus would be just a marble in the center. The rest would be empty. And yet your world feels full, dense, and tangible. Why? Because of the way your senses and your brain are wired to interpret reality. The illusion of solidity is not a flaw in the universe. It is a survival mechanism, a trick your consciousness plays to keep you from falling apart. To understand this, imagine a city at night. Skyscrapers rise like crystals, but they are not continuous monoliths. They are lattices of steel, glass, and air. From far away, they look solid. Step closer, and you see the windows. Walk inside, and you find open space. Now shrink your view down, not to the size of a person, but to the scale of atoms. That same structure appears again, but in a much more dramatic way. The atoms that make everything, the walls, the books, your skin, are tiny islands of energy surrounded by oceans of emptiness. The forces that hold them in place, electromagnetic interactions, repulsion fields, mean nothing really touches anything else in the way we imagine. When you sit in a chair, you are hovering above it, held up by the microscopic tension between the electrons in your body and the ones in the chair. It is all force, not contact. Solidity is a sensation, not a physical structure. This idea challenges centuries of instinct. We evolved in a world where seeing meant believing, where weight meant substance, and resistance meant reality. A rock thrown at your face doesn't feel empty. But zoom in deep enough, and you see it is just a loose agreement between scattered particles, keeping enough form to trick your brain. The deeper you go, the more structure disappears. Molecules become atoms. Atoms become nuclei surrounded by clouds. Even the protons and neutrons inside the nucleus are not solid. They are made of quarks, held together by gluons, fleeting particles appearing and vanishing in an instant. It's turtles all the way down, but the turtles are mostly air. And yet from this near emptiness arises every experience you have ever had. The smell of rain, the warmth of sunlight, the ache of loss. All illusions built from interactions between things that are hardly there. But this truth is not just a scientific curiosity. It is a metaphor for everything you trust. Solidity is not just furniture or flesh. It is about certainty. It is about feeling grounded. You want to believe the world is made of things you can lean on, rules, structures, truths. But like atoms, those too dissolve if you look closely. Social systems, ideologies, even personal identities, all that seems solid is often scaffolding, patterns of repetition, agreements between minds, invisible frameworks built from habit and belief. You press into them and they resist, but not because they are dense. They resist because they have been shaped to hold their form until they do not. Yet within this emptiness lies a strange kind of beauty. Emptiness allows motion. It allows possibility. Imagine a violin string vibrating in the air. If space were filled to the brim with matter, no note could resonate. No breath could flow. Emptiness gives shape to everything. It is not absence. It is potential. And perhaps that is the deeper truth. What we mistake for solidity is just structure built upon spaciousness. Your thoughts, your body, your relationships, none of them are fixed. They are waves, rhythms, pulses of energy moving through the emptiness between. Even memory is like this, a scattering of sparks across synaptic space, never quite solid, always shifting. So what does this mean for you, the person tapping your fingers on the table? It means you are not made of stuff. You are made of space that holds the illusion of stuff. You are a pattern in a void, a structure of energy pretending to be mass. And so is everyone else. The people you love, the people you fear, the world you move through every day, all of it is mostly nothing.
And yet from that nothing emerges thought, sensation, meaning, life. It is humbling to know that the most reliable things in your world, your bones, your breath, the ground beneath your feet, are built on a lie your mind tells itself to make sense of motion and form. But maybe that is not a flaw. Maybe it is a kind of grace. In a universe made of near nothingness, the miracle is not that things fall apart. It is that anything holds together at all. Your mind can be programmed without you realizing it. Imagine walking into a room you've never seen before. It feels comfortable, familiar, even welcoming. There are books on the shelf, clothes in the closet, photos of a life that seems like yours. But there's a problem. You don't remember entering this room. You didn't choose the books, buy the clothes, or take the photos. And yet, something about this room makes you feel like you belong there. This is very much what it's like to live inside a mind that has been programmed, not with flashing lights or wires, but quietly, invisibly, through patterns, language, repetition, and culture. You don't notice it happening. You don't feel the code being written inside you, but it shapes how you think, what you fear, who you trust, what you find beautiful, and what you believe to be true. Programming doesn't burst in like an intruder. It slips in slowly, like wallpaper, quietly covering the walls until one day they feel like they've always been there. You forget you didn't build them yourself. You are not a computer. You have emotions, memories, preferences. You choose what to eat, what to say, what to pursue. But where did those choices come from? You like coffee more than tea. You hate being late. You admire strength, honesty, power, or humility. But did you really choose those values, or did they slip into you without you noticing? Every billboard you've passed, every story you've heard, every song you've hummed without thinking, they all plant seeds, ideas about love, success, danger, status, what is normal. Like a river carving a canyon, these inputs slowly shape grooves in your mind until your thoughts flow through the same paths every day. That's programming. It's not control like in science fiction. It's influence so deep it starts to feel like your identity. You think you're thinking freely, but the shape of your thoughts was drafted long before you ever noticed. Take a moment to think about language, not just the words you speak, but the concepts they allow. In English, you say, "I am sad." In other languages, it might translate as, "I have sadness." The first makes your emotion part of who you are. The second frames it as something passing. That small difference programs how you relate to your feelings. In one, you are your mood. In the other, you observe it. Culture does this constantly. Some societies value individual freedom. Others prioritize community harmony. Neither is right or wrong, but the one you grew up in becomes the lens through which you see everything else. It feels objective, but it isn't. It's mental architecture. And that architecture wasn't built by you. It was built for you. The news you watch, the school you attended, the traditions you followed, all of them laid bricks in your mental room. Even rebellion often follows scripts given by those you rebel against. Repetition is one of the oldest tools of programming. A lie repeated often enough feels like truth. Not because facts change, but because beliefs do. The same happens with ideas. Hear something enough times through friends, media, jokes, or symbols, and it begins to feel real, familiar, safe. Advertisers know this. Politicians know this. Social media algorithms know this. Your brain, built to recognize patterns, rewards the familiar with trust.
That's why jingles stick in your head, slogans lodge in your memory, and even debunked conspiracy theories linger. The mind doesn't always work like a rational machine. It works like a garden. Whatever is planted and nurtured grows, sometimes wild. It gets more complex because much of your programming comes from you, or at least from earlier versions of you. Childhood fears, teenage defenses, young adult ambitions leave imprints. Your present self often defends them even if they no longer serve you. You adopt beliefs because they once kept you safe. You maintain habits because they once brought comfort. Soon you confuse these routines with who you are. You say, "That's just how I think," or "That's just how I am." But much of it was programmed by time, trauma, repetition, and reward. It's not an insult to your intelligence. It's an invitation to examine your foundation, to ask which parts of me were built and by whom. You could technically be immortal in another branch of the multiverse. Imagine walking into a library where the shelves stretch endlessly, beyond what your eyes can see. Each book contains a different version of your life. Some are thin, barely a chapter long, ending abruptly with a sudden fall, a missed turn, a tragedy. Others are thick and winding, filled with adventures you don't remember having. Lives where you became a pilot, never left your hometown, or married someone you only briefly knew. But somewhere in that infinite library, there is a book that never ends. A version of you who, against all odds, survives every disease, dodges every car crash, avoids every fatal coincidence. Not by magic, but by statistical possibility. It sounds absurd, even fantastical, but it is a real consequence of quantum theory's most radical implication. The universe constantly splits, not metaphorically, but literally, into new realities with every possible outcome. And in at least one of those branches, you never die. Not because you are invincible, but because you are the version that, at every critical moment, simply makes it. This unsettling idea comes from something called the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. The math that governs particles at the smallest scales, electrons, photons, atoms, suggests that particles don't exist in one state until they are observed. Instead, they exist in superpositions, states of simultaneous possibility. When an observation happens, like a measurement or conscious perception, the wave function collapses and a single outcome appears. But the many worlds theory proposes something even more striking. The wave function never really collapses. Instead, all possible outcomes occur, each in its own branch of a constantly splitting reality. You take the left path and the right. You win and you lose. You live and you die. And the universe silently and endlessly forks with each choice, accident, or quantum twitch. So what does this have to do with immortality? A curious consequence of this idea is called quantum immortality. Imagine a thought experiment like Russian roulette, a deadly game repeated many times. In most universes, the person dies, but in some, by chance, they survive. From the perspective of the person experiencing it, their consciousness can only continue in the branches where they remain alive. They might see improbable survivals as luck, but statistically, they only ever wake up in realities where they are still alive. Every version where they die becomes inaccessible, dead branches in the multiverse. In this way, your own experience of survival becomes self-selecting. You don't experience your death. You only experience the paths where you continue living. It's a disturbing kind of hope, not a comforting, warm immortality, but a lonely statistical one. That path, the one where you always live, becomes narrower over time. Everything around you changes. People age, friends pass away, accidents happen. In most branches, you die as expected, But you, this persistent thread of consciousness, continue only through the rare corridors where fate consistently, absurdly bends in your favor. Eventually, you find yourself in a strange place, a reality where everyone you knew is gone, where luck defines your life so consistently that it begins to feel unreal. Immortality, it turns out, might not be a blessing. It might be a sentence, an eternity of improbable escapes and growing solitude. And yet we must ask, if this is possible, how would you ever know? You live assuming cause and effect. You dodge a car, recover from illness, make a decision that saves you. Was it chance, skill, or was it a quantum branch, the only one where you still exist? You wouldn't feel the splits. You wouldn't hear the fork crack behind reality's curtain. But statistically, you would always feel like the lucky one. You would always be the observer who survived. In a universe that generates every possibility, even immortality, however rare, becomes not just possible, but inevitable in at least one thread. There's something deeper here than just the thrill of survival, the question of identity. If you split with every choice, who are you? Are you the sum of all your versions, or just the one reading this video right now? Somewhere, another you didn't open this video. Somewhere, another version of you took a different path 10 minutes ago. Each decision creates divergences, but subjectively, you are always the continuation of you. You never feel the splits. You only feel the continuity of experience. That's the trick of consciousness. It moves forward like a spotlight, unaware of the other lights it leaves behind. Perhaps that is the real immortality, not living forever, but always being the one who continues. The metaphor, then, is not a library. It's a hallway of mirrors, each reflecting a version of you that almost was, or still is, just out of reach. You walk forward, but with each step, mirrors shatter and duplicate behind you. Most you will never see again. Some will echo back. A few might haunt you. And one, the one you are, always moves ahead. The version that never stops. The last flicker of awareness in a cosmos of possibilities. But before you find comfort or fear in this idea, pause. Quantum immortality is mind-bending, but it is still a theory, a thought experiment on the edges of physics and philosophy. There is no experiment to confirm your survival across realities. There is no way to peek into the neighboring branches to wave at another version of yourself. But maybe you don't need to. Perhaps what this idea offers isn't a promise of eternal life, but a challenge to wake up, to realize that your choices ripple out into infinite futures, that your awareness, fragile and flickering, carries more weight than you thought. To be alive now, in this branch, in this body, in this exact version of events, is already statistically astonishing. And perhaps that is the point. You don't need immortality in some distant multiverse to feel the urgency of being. You have this moment, this breath, this unbroken thread of now. And in a reality that could have gone a million other ways, that might just be enough to feel infinite.
Some particles know you're going to measure them before you do. Imagine standing in a huge ancient theater where the actors only start performing the moment you open the door, as if they have been waiting in complete silence just for you to step inside, watching for the exact moment you enter. But what if somehow they knew you were coming before you even arrived, as if they sensed your approach before you took a single step? What if they started changing their lines, their gestures, or even their costumes, not because they saw you walk in, but because they somehow felt that you would see them soon? This sounds like fantasy, but in the strange world of quantum physics, something very similar actually takes place. Subatomic particles, which are so tiny and so basic to everything in reality, seem to behave as if they can anticipate our observations, not simply respond to them afterward. Anticipate. Experiments have shown that particles appear to choose their state based on how they are going to be measured.
even when the choice of measurement is made after the particle has already done whatever it was going to do. This idea is part of the delayed choice quantum eraser, and its meaning is nothing short of shaking our understanding of reality. It describes a world where cause and effect do not follow a simple straight line, where time might not move in only one direction, and where the universe might, in some puzzling way, be aware of your intentions before you actually act on them. Let's go back to the classic double-slit experiment, one of the most important tests in quantum mechanics. When electrons are fired through two narrow slits toward a screen, they do not behave like tiny hard bullets. Instead, they behave like waves, creating interference patterns that make it look as if each particle passed through both slits at the same time, like a ripple of water dividing itself into two. But when you observe which slit the particle goes through, the wave behavior stops. The particle takes only one path, and the act of watching collapses the many possibilities into one single outcome. But now let's push that idea even further. What if you only decide whether or not to observe the slit after the particle has already gone through? This is what physicist John Wheeler suggested in the delayed choice setup. It seems as if the particle somehow knew what you would do later. If you chose to measure its path, it acted like a particle after the fact. If you didn't, it acted like a wave instead. It is as though your future action reached backward and changed what happened earlier. And then came the quantum eraser version, where you could even erase the which path information after everything had happened, and the interference pattern would suddenly return, almost like undoing a measurement that already took place. It is like whispering a command to the past and watching it obey. But what does all of this actually mean? Are particles somehow psychic? Is reality something that can be edited? Are we seeing the edge of time itself, bending and folding? These questions are not poetic symbols. They come from experimental results done in real laboratories, repeated by scientists, checked by peers, and impossible to deny because of their strange and solid consistency. The results suggest that the foundation of reality is not built from things, but from information, that the world does not become solid until it is known, and perhaps even more unsettling, that knowledge itself might stretch and leak across time. If the universe works like a giant computation, a kind of enormous simulation, then particles might not exist on their own outside the code that creates them. And your observation, your conscious and intentional act, could be a part of that code being executed.
In that sense, it is not that particles think or plan, but that your act of observing them finishes the logic of their existence. The future folds into the present. Intention helps shape what once seemed fixed. The better comparison here is not a theater, but a choose-your-own-adventure book that changes its earlier pages based on which chapter you decide to open first. The story adjusts itself so it fits your choice, no matter when you made it. Imagine flipping to Chapter 8 only to find that the introduction has rewritten itself to match the decision you just made. That is what reality seems to be doing at the quantum level. The beginning responds to the ending. The act of reading controls what was written. It breaks our sense of simple sequence. We have long imagined time as a river flowing forward in an unbroken line. But quantum experiments hint at something different, a web instead of a stream, a web where every touch sends ripples outward and inward, linking before and after in a strange dance without clear timing. And this makes you wonder, what if your thoughts, your intentions, your attention aren't just passive ways of observing an objective world, but active forces that help shape reality's timeline? What if consciousness doesn't just take notes about events, but quietly influences the order in which they appear? This does not mean you can think yourself into winning the lottery or bend metal with your mind, but it does suggest that at the subatomic scale,
The simple act of observing, the simple presence of awareness, has real effects. And those effects might not obey the rules we usually depend on. Time, through this lens, is not a strict chain of cause followed by effect. It is a strange loop, like a Mobius strip, where the future and the past blend into each other. You live your life believing in a straight path, thinking that what you do now shapes what happens next. But what if that arrow curves? What if some of the things you experience are shaped not only by your past choices, but also by your future intentions? It would mean that the self is not a fixed point, stuck in one moment, but a process spread across many moments, a kind of awareness moving through a maze of probabilities, changing the hallways as it walks through them. And while that idea feels unsettling, it also holds something meaningful. It means you are not only drifting along a stream, you are also, in some mysterious way, helping to weave the current as you move. In the end, the delayed choice experiments show not that particles think like minds, but that the universe may be more about relationships than separate objects. That reality is not a script already written, but a process unfolding where your awareness helps decide what is true and when it becomes true. And even if we can't fully understand how a photon picks a path, or how the present can echo into the past, one thing becomes clear: the line between the observer and the observed, between the mind and the material world, between now and then, is far more open and flexible than we were ever taught to believe. Your identity is just a story your brain tells itself. Not all prisons have bars. Some are made of sentences stitched together from childhood memories, labels, expectations, and the persistent illusion that there is a single, unchanging you watching it all unfold. Imagine a marionette made of words and symbols, dangling not by strings, but by stories, narratives whispered inside your skull from the moment you could form thoughts. These stories don't come from nowhere. They form like sediment, layer by layer. Your name, your culture, the roles you've been told to play, the ones you've rebelled against, the traits you've clung to out of pride or fear or survival. But what if this story you call me isn't a window into your true nature, but a kind of mask, a well-rehearsed monologue that your brain performs to make sense of chaos? What if the self, as you know it, is more like a character in a novel than a fact of biology? And what if that character changes slightly every time you remember it? Your identity feels solid because it's repeated constantly, like a favorite song on loop. The refrain becomes familiar: I'm the kind of person who, or that's just who I am. But underneath those refrains is something unstable, something shifting. Neurologically, there's no single self-center in the brain. Instead, identity is the result of distributed processes: memory recall, sensory integration, emotional regulation, pattern recognition. These processes aren't lined up like soldiers, they're scattered like stars, blinking on and off depending on mood, circumstance, and context. And your brain doesn't track a true you beneath all that. It simply pieces together a working narrative, a best-guess storyline that allows you to function socially, emotionally, and psychologically. You aren't a static truth. You're a story told in present tense, being revised in real time. Think of your mind like a theater director who's lost the original script. Each day, it assembles a version of the character you're playing, drawing from fragments of memory, habits, feedback from others, and cultural scripts. The stage lights rise, and there you are again, remembering who you're supposed to be. But the performance is adaptive. Around parents, you become the obedient child. Around friends, the witty storyteller. At work, the competent professional. Alone, you shift yet again, often into someone more vulnerable, more quiet, or more lost. These shifts don't mean you're fake, they mean you're fluid. The self is not a sculpture, but a stream. And yet the story insists otherwise, because a story demands continuity, a protagonist, a moral arc, and so your brain edits out contradictions, rationalizes inconsistencies, and fills in the blanks like a novelist desperate to meet a deadline. The truth is messy, the self is curated. Even your memories, the pillars of your personal history, are not objective files, but reconstructed hallucinations. Each time you recall a memory, you rewrite it slightly, influenced by your current mood, beliefs, and expectations. Studies have shown that your memories aren't stored like videos, but like puzzle pieces, fragmented, interpretive, malleable. So the you that you remember, the brave one, the awkward one, the hurt one, is a blend of what actually happened and what you needed it to mean. This creates a psychological illusion of continuity. You feel like you've been the same person your whole life, but you haven't. You've been evolving, molting skins, shifting values, forgetting core truths, inventing new ones. And still, the story stitches these eras together like beads on a string. Because the alternative, that you're a drifting, inconsistent creature of the present, would be too disorienting to bear. Let's use a metaphor. Picture a book written in invisible ink. You can't see the words until a special light shines on them. Each morning when you wake up, your brain is that light, revealing a version of the story of you. But the ink changes over time. What you see today might differ from yesterday. A paragraph that once comforted you now reads like a lie. A chapter you forgot reappears with new meaning. And the deeper truth? There is no master copy, no authoritative edition. Only this ever-changing book that feels permanent because it's all you've ever known. You are the reader and the author, the narrator and the protagonist all at once, editing, rewriting, and sometimes skipping entire pages without realizing it. And this fluidity, while destabilizing at first, is also a kind of freedom. It means you're not trapped by your past. It means you can evolve. The story can change. You can decide that the chapter labeled failure was actually a turning point, that the villain was misunderstood, that the supporting character who left wasn't your whole plot. This doesn't mean lying to yourself. It means recognizing that the self was never a photograph, but a painting. One you've been layering for years. And like all paintings, it can be touched up, reinterpreted, even transformed into something new. This is why therapy can work, why journaling helps, why traveling changes you, because they all offer you new lenses, new lights to shine on the invisible ink. But there's a catch. Stories seek coherence. They resist chaos. When something happens that doesn't fit the narrative, betrayal, trauma, radical insight, your brain either distorts it to fit or shatters the story entirely. This is what an identity crisis looks like. Not a loss of truth, but a rupture in storytelling. Suddenly, the main character doesn't make sense anymore. Suddenly, the plot is unclear. These moments hurt, but they also hold potential. In the silence after the story breaks, you can listen more closely to what's real. You can separate who you are from who you've been pretending to be. So the next time you catch yourself saying, "I've always been this way," pause. Ask yourself who wrote that line. Was it a teacher, a parent, a fear, a wound? And is it still true or just familiar? The self is sticky. We cling to it because it grounds us. But sometimes, to grow, you have to let go of the old script. You have to step off the stage, wipe off the makeup, and sit quietly in the dark theater seats, listening not to the performance, but to the silence beneath it. In the end, maybe identity isn't a thing you have, but a story you tell. And like all good stories, it changes as you do, which means you are not broken for evolving. You are not lost for questioning. You are not fake for having many faces. You are human, alive in the paradox of being both narrator and narrative. And the most powerful thing you can do, perhaps, is not to find yourself, but to become the kind of author who writes with honesty, courage, and the willingness to edit. Because the story of you isn't finished, and it never was.
Free will might be biologically impossible. Imagine walking into a grand control room, the kind you see in sci-fi movies. Rows of glowing buttons, walls lined with levers, a massive central screen showing your every move. You walk up to the main console, expecting to be in charge. But there's a problem. None of the buttons work. The screen doesn't respond to your commands. You press, pull, shout, but everything has already been decided. And worse, it all still plays out as if you're in control. That illusion, the feeling that you're piloting the ship, is comforting. But what if your mind is more like that powerless operator, watching decisions happen after they've already been made, narrating actions it never truly chose? This is the unsettling idea at the heart of modern neuroscience. Free will, as we understand it, might not exist not because we don't act, but because we don't choose in the way we think we do. What if your sense of control is less like holding a steering wheel and more like looking in a rear-view mirror at a road you already traveled? Let's look at the science. In the 1980s, neuroscientist Benjamin Libet did a now famous experiment. He asked people to move their finger whenever they felt the urge. Using electrodes to monitor brain activity, Libet found something strange. The brain showed signs of preparing the movement before the person even felt they had decided. This is called the readiness potential. A measurable spike of neural activity came before conscious intention. You didn't decide and then act. You acted and then noticed. This discovery shook how we understand choice. Later research went deeper. Experiments using fMRI and more sensitive tools showed that scientists could predict someone's decision several seconds before they said they made it. Not always perfectly, but often enough to be unsettling. If your brain starts the process before you are aware, then who is really in charge? Your conscious mind might be more like a press secretary, explaining decisions after the fact, smoothing over inconsistencies, inventing a coherent story where there is none. You think, I chose the red shirt because it's bold, but your brain might have nudged your arm that way based on hidden emotions, temperature, or memories you never noticed. Yet once the action happens, your mind builds a story to make it feel deliberate. This isn't deception, it's survival. The feeling of control helps us function. It gives us moral frameworks, accountability, and a sense of identity. But the feeling, no matter how useful, is still an illusion.
Think about your daily life. How often do you choose your thoughts? You're walking and an idea appears uninvited. You're talking and a phrase slips out you didn't plan. Emotions surge suddenly. Desires arise without asking. You didn't choose to be attracted to someone, or to feel irritated in traffic, or to fear rejection. These experiences came from somewhere deeper than your conscious mind. Once they appear, your mind scrambles to explain them. I yelled because they disrespected me, or I bought that because it was on sale. But those are after-the-fact explanations. The real decision was made quietly, invisibly, and the explanation is a cover story. Think of your mind like a haunted house with rooms you've never explored. You think you live only in the front foyer, well lit and organized. But behind closed doors, ghosts move. Old traumas, forgotten memories, inherited beliefs, biological drives. You hear footsteps upstairs and tell yourself you made them. You feel a chill and say it's your choice to shiver. The house moves in ways you don't fully control. Deeper forces, evolution, chemistry, environment move through you, sometimes as you, while your conscious mind insists it is the architect, not just the tenant. This doesn't mean we are robots. You're not helpless. You can reflect, question, and redirect, but those abilities were given by biology, not proof of total freedom. Even your ability to pause and reconsider was shaped by genes, neurons, and upbringing. You didn't build the system, you woke up inside it. Consider habits. They form through repetition, not choice. You don't choose to crave sugar after years of indulging. You don't choose your accent, your biases, your comfort zones. They arrive as defaults, installed early, updated by experience, hard to remove. Yet you feel free. Why? Because your brain evolved to protect that feeling. A creature that doubts its own agency might hesitate, falter, or collapse. Belief in free will fuels motivation, ambition, and love. It gives us responsibility. Perhaps responsibility can exist even without the illusion. Maybe it means guiding the forces within us, not creating them, but being their steward. Think of a surfer on a wave. They didn't make the wave or choose when it rises, but they can ride it skillfully, clumsily, courageously. The wave is nature, the ride is art. Free will, if it exists at all, is the space between impulse and action. Tiny, flickering, but real enough to matter. This space is not unlimited. It's shaped by genes, hormones, culture, and context. A child born into war, poverty, or trauma doesn't have the same internal levers as one born into safety and love. Our choices emerge from a landscape we didn't design. That's why compassion matters. That's why judgment often fails. When we punish someone for bad behavior, we assume they could have chosen differently. But science suggests otherwise. Their brain, their past, their wiring, all of it pushed them toward that act. Does this mean we stop holding people accountable? No, but we should hold them with understanding, not just blame. The legal system, education, religion all rely on belief in free will. Without it, these structures wobble. But maybe they don't have to collapse. Maybe we change the story. Instead of, "You freely chose this," we say, "This happened through you." What now? The focus becomes future possibilities, rehabilitation over punishment, curiosity over condemnation. For you personally, this means being humble. Accept that not all your thoughts are yours. Your anger might be inherited. Your dreams might echo unmet needs. But you're not stuck. The brain is flexible. Change is possible. You can't erase its architecture, but you can renovate it. You can plant new stories, disrupt old patterns, invite better ghosts. The self is not a king ruling the mind, but a ship floating in currents, adjusting sails, reading stars, learning to navigate. Free will may not be the freedom to choose anything, but the awareness to see what is choosing for you. Maybe it's the brief moment you notice the puppet strings and with grace learn to dance anyway. Next time you act and feel the rush of certainty, "I chose this," pause. Ask where the desire came from. Who shaped it? When did it start? What does it serve? The more you ask, the more you see. The control room is deeper than you imagined. The buttons still glow. The screen still moves. But somewhere behind the curtain, the script is already in motion. Your role is not to write it from scratch, but to read it well, question it fiercely, and, when possible, improvise a better ending.
Reality changes when you observe it. Double-Slit explained. Imagine walking into a room where two doors stand side by side, simple, solid, unmoving. You take a step toward one, expecting a predictable outcome. But just as you reach for the handle, both doors flicker, blend, shimmer, as if the choice to look has changed not only what you see, but what exists. Now imagine that instead of doors, these are particles, and instead of a room, it's the very fabric of reality. This isn't a dream or a philosophical thought experiment. It's the foundation of one of the most famous and unsettling discoveries in quantum physics, the double-slit experiment. It's a test so elegant, so deceptive in its simplicity, that it has revealed a secret about the universe that continues to haunt physicists and philosophers alike. Because what it shows is this: reality behaves differently depending on whether you're watching. The act of observation isn't passive, it's participatory. When you look, the world decides. When you don't, it hesitates, as if existence itself is waiting for your attention before it becomes real. And that's not a metaphor, that's experimental fact. What began as a curiosity has become a doorway into something far stranger, a reality where cause and effect bend to awareness, and where your perception might not just reflect the world, but shape it. Here's how it works. You take a single particle, say an electron, and you shoot it at a barrier with two narrow slits. Behind that barrier is a screen that records where the electron lands. You expect it to go through one slit or the other, like a marble tossed through a fence. But what you find is something else entirely. When you're not observing the electron's path, when you simply let it fly, it doesn't act like a particle. It acts like a wave. It interferes with itself, as if it passed through both slits at once. The result is an interference pattern on the screen, dark and light bands, like ripples from two stones tossed into a pond. But here's where it gets eerie. The moment you add a detector to see which slit it went through, the pattern changes. The electron now behaves like a particle. It chooses one slit. The interference disappears, the wave collapses, and the only thing that changed was your decision to observe. Not the setup, not the mechanics, just the act of looking. It's as if the particle was undecided about what it wanted to be until you asked, as if the question itself defined the answer. And this defies everything you've ever been taught about how the world works. Think of it like a book that rewrites itself when you read it. When your eyes are closed, the story is fluid, branching, full of parallel possibilities. But the moment you turn the page, one narrative locks into place. One version becomes reality, and the others vanish as if they were never real at all. The double-slit experiment reveals that particles exist in a superposition, multiple states at once, until observation collapses them into a single state. They are waves of probability smeared across outcomes like a future not yet chosen. And when you observe them, the wave function collapses into one result. But what does that really mean? It means the universe isn't solid in the way you think. It's a field of potential waiting to be resolved by your awareness. Not your eyes, per se, but the presence of information, of measurement, of interaction. Reality, then, is not independent. It's relational. It emerges through contact. And this flips the classic narrative. We grow up believing the world is out there, fixed, definite, and that we simply peek into it, like observers at a zoo. But what if the act of observing is more like sculpting than watching? What if your perception is a chisel carving reality from the marble of possibility? The double-slit experiment suggests that we are not detached witnesses to a pre-written script, but co-authors, co-creators. The observer is not outside the story.
They are the story's pivot. And this isn't a fluke. It's been repeated, confirmed, refined for decades. Single particles, multiple detectors, even delayed choice versions, where the decision to observe is made after the particle has passed, and still the pattern changes. Time doesn't matter. Sequence doesn't matter. It's as if the universe doesn't finalize its behavior until it knows how you're going to look at it. As if it's waiting for your question before committing to an answer. And that changes everything. Because if the particle's past behavior depends on your future choice to observe, then causality, the sacred arrow from cause to effect, starts to bend. It's no longer clear that A leads to B. Sometimes B seems to reach backward and shape A. And while this might seem like a trick of experimental design, it echoes through the very mathematics of quantum mechanics. Superposition, entanglement, collapse. These are not poetic ideas. They are rigorously defined predictive frameworks that match reality with extraordinary precision. But they tell a story that sounds anything but mechanical. They whisper of a universe that's alive in its ambiguity, a universe that resists definition until definition is demanded. And the implications reach far beyond particles. They reach into consciousness, into free will, into the fabric of what it means to exist. Because if reality doesn't settle until observed, then what is observation? Is it merely a detector clicking in a lab? Or is it something more, something like awareness? Some physicists have speculated that consciousness itself may play a role in the collapse of the wave function, that the mind might not just observe the world, but participate in its creation. This is controversial, unproven, but it refuses to go away. Because the deeper we look into the quantum realm, the more it seems that the boundary between observer and observed is an illusion, that the two are entangled, not just mathematically, but metaphysically. And this leads to a chilling thought. What if the world only becomes real when you believe in it? Think of dreams. When you're inside one, it feels real. You react, you fear, you love, but the landscape shifts with your attention. Walls disappear, people transform, logic collapses. The world molds itself to the contours of your focus. And when you wake, you realize it was never fixed. It was responsive. Now apply that same logic to waking life. What if the solidity you perceive is simply the universe stabilizing itself around your conscious gaze? What if your choices carve the quantum fog into matter and meaning? Then the double-slit experiment is not just about electrons, it's about you. It's about how you collapse your own reality every moment of your life. How you are surrounded by infinite futures, each one flickering with potential, until you step forward and force the universe to choose. This isn't mysticism, it's math. But the math points to a truth that mystics have whispered for centuries, that reality is participatory, not passive, that the world you see is not separate from the one who sees it. And this means your role in the universe is not small. It is essential. You are not an ant beneath the stars. You are the lens through which the stars know themselves. You are not a body in space. You are the instrument through which space becomes experience. And once you see this, once you truly understand what the double-slit experiment is saying, you can't unsee it. You can't go back to believing that the world just is. You realize that it becomes, and that your attention is the trigger. So what does this mean for your everyday life? It means your focus matters, your curiosity matters, your willingness to ask questions matters, because the universe seems to respond not to indifference, but to inquiry. Every time you look closely, every time you pay attention, you are calling something into being. And every time you turn away, that thing retreats into ambiguity. This is not metaphor. This is physics. The double-slit experiment is a mirror. It shows you that uncertainty is not a failure. It's a feature. That reality is not a fixed wall, but a flexible field. And that you are not stuck in it. You are weaving it. And maybe that's the secret the universe has been trying to tell us all along. Not through thunder or prophecy, but through particles and patterns. That existence is a dance, not a monologue. That we are here to co-create. That reality doesn't unfold in spite of us, but because of us. So the next time you feel small, lost, irrelevant, remember this. A single particle waits for your gaze before deciding what to be. A single question reshapes the outcome. And if that's true for electrons, then maybe it's true for your choices, your relationships, your dreams. Maybe your life, too, exists in a superposition of what could be, until you look, until you choose, until you observe it into form.
Some people don't have inner dialogue and don't realize it. Imagine a busy airport, the kind with dozens of gates, PA announcements echoing overhead, and departure boards constantly flickering with updates. Inside your mind, this is often what it feels like. A continuous stream of arrivals and departures, voices calling for your attention, ideas circling, waiting to land. You think not just in flashes of images or feelings, but in words. Long, winding monologues, tiny arguments, planning, remembering, questioning. You talk to yourself, not out loud, but silently, all the time. Should I wear this? Why did I say that? Maybe I'll try a different route today. It's the private theater of consciousness, the voiceover narration to the movie of your life. And because this inner voice is so central to how you experience being alive, it's easy to assume everyone else has one too. But here's the strange part. Not everyone does. Some people move through their entire day, their entire life, without a constant verbal stream in their heads. And they're not broken, malfunctioning, or even aware that anything is different. Their minds are quiet in a way that's hard to imagine, especially if your own is always buzzing. This realization that inner dialogue isn't universal is one of those invisible lines between worlds. You might not even know which side you're on. Let's start with the basics. Inner speech is the phenomenon where you experience your own voice in your mind, not metaphorically, but literally, as if someone is speaking inside your head. It can range from clear, continuous narration to fragmentary whispers or scattered sentences. For many, it's like having a mental co-pilot, someone to rehearse conversations with, replay memories, narrate intentions, and critique behavior. This dialogue often works beneath the surface, like background music. Sometimes it's helpful, sometimes distracting, sometimes cruel. But for others, the mind works differently. Instead of a verbal stream, thoughts arrive fully formed as images or intuitions without being spoken internally. These people might still have complex reasoning, rich emotional lives, and sharp memories, but their thinking isn't accompanied by language. It's like navigating the world through touch and texture instead of maps and instructions. This revelation often comes with shock. People who do have inner dialogue are stunned to learn others don't. And those who don't are equally surprised that some people live with a non-stop narrator inside their skulls. For years, both groups assumed their experience is standard. Why wouldn't they? You don't typically question the texture of your own thinking. It's the water you swim in. It's only when asked to describe it that the differences emerge. In one study, participants were prompted randomly throughout the day to record their inner experience. The results were striking. Some people recorded frequent internal monologue, others reported none, and most fell somewhere in between. But crucially, many didn't realize how unusual or common their pattern was. Here's a metaphor. Imagine your mind as a house with windows or mirrors. For some, the mind has windows. Thoughts are visible, structured, verbal. You can see your mental landscape laid out like watching weather pass across the sky. You hear yourself think, question, explain. You live in a mind made of light and narration. But for others, the mind has mirrors. Instead of seeing out, they feel inward. Thoughts arrive not in words, but in knowing, like recognizing a face without recalling the name. They experience clarity, emotion, and insight, but without the sound of speech. Both houses are inhabited, both are alive, but they feel profoundly different on the inside. These differences raise big questions. Is one way better, smarter, more evolved? Not at all. Inner dialogue isn't a marker of intelligence or emotional depth. It's just a cognitive style shaped by genetics, development, language exposure, and perhaps even personality. Some people have vivid visual imaginations.
Others think in symbols, colors, or spatial relationships. Some think in music. Some feel rather than verbalize. The diversity of thought is wider than we imagine, and most of us never stop to explore it. We assume a universal human experience, when in reality we live in parallel mental worlds. But the presence or absence of inner speech affects how you relate to yourself. For those with internal monologue, self-awareness often takes the form of conversation. You reason through problems by talking to yourself. You comfort, discipline, or reflect using language. Your sense of self is partly linguistic, a story told in the first person. But for those without this voice, self-awareness might be more immediate, less processed, less mediated by language. Emotions are felt in the body. Decisions are made instinctively. Thoughts arise fully formed. These individuals might struggle to articulate what they know, not because they know less, but because their knowledge isn't stored in sentences. This can create friction in relationships. One person assumes their partner is choosing not to communicate, when in fact the partner may genuinely lack the internal scaffolding to explain what they're feeling. Or two people argue, each thinking the other is being dishonest or evasive, when really their minds are structured in ways that make communication itself fundamentally different. It's like trying to send an email to a person who only reads handwritten letters. The message might arrive, but it needs translation. Education, too, favors certain styles. Traditional schooling relies heavily on verbal processing, reading, writing, discussing. Those without strong internal dialogue may struggle, not because they lack insight, but because they don't think in the format being tested. And yet they may excel in fields that require spatial reasoning, visual creativity, or holistic thinking. The inner voice is not a measure of worth, just one of many ways the mind can function. Even the experience of memory changes. People with internal monologue might replay events in words. She said this, then I said that. Others might remember the tone of a moment, the light through a window, the feeling in their chest. Language gives you tools to reconstruct time, but it's not the only tool. Memory, after all, isn't a tape recorder. It's a reconstruction shaped by what you pay attention to, how you interpret events, and what you're able to describe. And if you can't describe something in words, you might still remember it, just not in a way that translates easily to speech. So what happens when people begin to realize these differences? Some feel isolated, like aliens discovering their thoughts are fundamentally unlike those of their peers. Others feel relief, finally understanding why they struggle with inner conflict or why silence feels more natural than speech. Some try to develop an inner voice through journaling or meditation. Others lean into their nonverbal strengths. But the key isn't to fix yourself, it's to understand yourself, to stop assuming your mental process is universal, and to approach others with the same curiosity. This awareness has implications for empathy. We often judge others by how well they articulate. We assume those who can explain themselves are more self-aware. But explanation is a skill, not a sign of depth. And silence isn't always emptiness. Sometimes it's insight waiting for a form. By recognizing the diversity of inner experience, we open the door to deeper connection, not based on similarity, but on respect for difference. Culturally, we've long romanticized the internal monologue. From Hamlet's soliloquies to modern self-help, we treat thinking as talking. We narrate our lives, assume a constant mental voice, and pathologize silence. But maybe silence isn't the absence of thought. Maybe it's the space in which thought breathes. Maybe the quiet mind isn't broken, but simply tuned to a different frequency. So the next time you catch yourself talking inside your head, ask, who am I talking to? And if the voice ever goes quiet, don't panic. Maybe it's not silence. Maybe it's just a different kind of knowing, a softer kind, a kind that doesn't need words to be real. You can feel ownership over a rubber hand. You are seated at a table.
In front of you, your left hand rests on the surface, hidden behind a barrier and out of sight. A few inches to the right, in full view, lies a lifelike rubber hand, pale, realistic, positioned exactly where your real hand might be if it were not hidden. A researcher dips 2 brushes into paint and begins to stroke both hands, your real hand behind the barrier and the rubber one you can see. In perfect synchrony, the movements match. The timing is flawless, and slowly something strange begins to happen. You start to feel the touch not just on your real hand, but on the rubber one too. Within minutes, the illusion grows stronger until, amazingly, you feel as if the fake hand has become part of your body, a part of you. And when the researcher suddenly threatens the rubber hand with a hammer, your heart rate rises, your muscles jump, and a burst of fear shoots through your mind. The rubber is no longer just rubber. It feels like you, or at least your brain has decided it is. This strange experience is known as the rubber hand illusion, and it stands as one of the clearest and oddest examples of a deeper truth. Your sense of owning your body, of what you consider to be yourself, is surprisingly delicate. It can be fooled, reshaped, and rewritten. What does it really mean to own your body? You might think it is a simple question. You feel pain when your skin gets cut, comfort when it is touched softly, and exhaustion when your legs feel tired. These sensations do not belong to anyone else. They belong to you. Your body feels like the anchor of your identity. It gives form to your presence. But beneath that appearance of certainty lies an intricate system of predictions, connections, and assumptions. Your brain is constantly updating and constantly adjusting. Ownership, in the end, is not something guaranteed. It is something your brain builds. Your brain gathers a sense of self based on what it sees, what it feels, and how those signals line up. When what you see and what you feel match, even if the matching is happening with a fake hand, your brain decides that the hand must be yours. It is not making a philosophical guess. It is following a survival rule. If the thing you're looking at is being touched at the exact moment you feel touch, the brain concludes that it is probably part of your body. That is how the brain has evolved to think. The metaphor that follows is powerful. Think of your body as a puppet and your brain as the puppeteer. But the strings are not connected to muscle or bone. They are tied to sensation, perception, and expectation. As long as the puppet reacts the way the puppeteer expects, the illusion continues without interruption. But replace the puppet's arm with a rubber limb, match the timing just right, and the puppeteer, your brain, does not detect the difference. It keeps pulling the same strings and assumes the same body is responding. In simple terms, you can feel ownership over something that does not belong to you simply because your sensory system tells you a convincing story. And the illusion does not end with hands. Similar studies have been carried out using whole bodies, virtual limbs, and even floating avatars inside digital environments. People wearing virtual reality headsets can be made to feel as if they are living inside mannequins, inside bodies of another gender, or inside transparent silhouettes. The trick is synchronizing movement and feedback. When your movements are mirrored by what you see, and especially when touch on your skin matches visual touch on an external body, your brain merges the outside picture with the inside feeling. And just like that, an unfamiliar body becomes your own, not in thought, but in experience. The consequences of this are enormous. It forces us to rethink how stable our body schema, our internal map of our physical form, really is. You might assume this internal map is fixed and reliable, like a blueprint, but in reality, it behaves more like a flexible canvas. Amputees can feel limbs that are no longer there. Stroke survivors can lose awareness of entire sections of their body.
People in dissociative states can feel separated from their arms, their legs, even their own face. Certain neurological conditions, like somatoparaphrenia, cause people to deny ownership of a healthy limb, insisting the limb belongs to someone else. Meanwhile, the rubber hand delusion shows how easily your brain can claim something false as real. Taken together, these examples reveal that your experience of owning your body is not a direct reflection of biological truth. It is a fragile story woven by the brain. This story of bodily ownership is deeply tied to identity. You think of yourself as residing within your body, perhaps behind your eyes or somewhere around the chest. You talk about my hands, my legs, as if ownership is straightforward. But when illusions show how easily that feeling can be shifted, the line between what is me and what is not me becomes much less clear. If a rubber hand can become part of you under the right conditions, what else might become part of you? Could a robotic limb feel like yours if it sends the right kind of feedback? Could a digital avatar feel like your own body? Could the edges of your physical self expand or dissolve completely? These questions matter a great deal for the future. As prosthetic limbs become more advanced, able to send touch sensations, respond to brain signals, and follow human intention, the separation between biological and artificial will blur. Already, some users of advanced prosthetics say they feel ownership over their artificial limbs in ways that match or even exceed their memories of the original ones they lost. The brain does not care where something came from. It cares about how well it fits into the loop of intention and response. If the loop feels correct, ownership can grow naturally. The same pattern shows up in virtual reality. People can be made to feel present inside bodies that look nothing like their own, even simple shapes like floating cubes or disembodied hands. The rules stay the same. Match the timing, match the feedback, and the sense of self appears. But this forces a deeper question. What does this say about the nature of the self? If the feeling of owning your body can be fooled so easily, then identity, at least the part connected to the body, is less about physical reality and more about coherence. Your brain wants a story that feels consistent. If sight, touch, and movement line up, it does not matter whether the limb is rubber, metal, or digital. The story holds. And once the story holds, the self grows around it. This idea challenges the long-held belief that the self is firmly rooted in biology. Perhaps it is rooted in perception instead. And of course, this realization can be unsettling. If your brain can be tricked into thinking a rubber hand belongs to you, what else can it be tricked into believing? Could your emotions be shaped in the same way? Could your memories or your sense of continuity be influenced or replaced by new false narratives? Could your beliefs about who you are be guided by nothing more than well-timed signals? The rubber hand illusion, in its simplicity, points to a deeper weakness, that the self is not as firm as we assume. It is adaptive, flexible, created moment by moment. And this flexibility is not a weakness, it is an advantage. It helps humans recover from injury, learn to use tools, blend with technology, and survive massive changes to their bodies. It explains how a person can relearn movement through brain-computer interfaces, how they can feel present in imaginary spaces, how they can lose a limb and still feel it twitch. The self is a dance between what the body does and what the brain expects. When the rhythm aligns, the sense of identity flows. So the next time you glance at your hand or move through the world with a smooth, natural sense of ownership, remember how much trust your brain places in timing, how it listens for harmony between touch and vision, how it combines signals into the feeling of solidity. You are not only your body, you are the experience of owning it, and that experience, odd as it sounds, can be extended to almost anything. What feels like choice might just be your brain predicting what will happen. Imagine sitting in the pilot seat of your life. Before you stretches an endless array of buttons, levers, and glowing controls, your mind's dashboard of choice. You reach for one. Maybe it's breakfast, cereal, or eggs. You pause, Weigh the options and choose cereal. Simple. You feel the decision, the intent, the motion. It all seems to flow from you. But what if behind that dashboard, behind the blinking lights and glowing gauges, there was no pilot at all? What if the choice was already made before you even knew it existed? And what you feel as deliberation is just a playback, a narrated illusion that reaches your consciousness a few milliseconds late. This is not fiction. Neuroscience is starting to suggest that what we call free will may just be a story your brain tells after the fact. A tale of control built on top of layers of subconscious prediction. The pilot is not you, it's autopilot, and the cockpit is wired to make you think you are in charge. Think of it like a magic show. You sit in the audience while a performer pulls a card from a deck and hands it to a spectator. It seems spontaneous, but everything was rigged, from the placement of the cards to the tiny cues that led the participant to choose as they did. You didn't see the sleight of hand, it felt real. That's the point. Your brain is constantly putting on a performance, making decisions, generating actions, and then creating the feeling that you made them. This is not just philosophy. It has been shown in experiments. In the famous Libet experiments, participants were asked to press a button whenever they felt like it. They also noted when they became aware of their intention to act. But EEG recordings revealed a neural readiness potential, brain activity ramping up before participants reported their conscious decision to act. In some cases, the brain had already launched the action hundreds of milliseconds before you even noticed it happened. Conscious will seems not to be the engine, but the dashboard light flickering after ignition. Your brain runs on prediction. It is built to forecast, not reflect. At every moment, it predicts what will happen next, what you will see, hear, and do, and updates those forecasts in real time. Movement, for example, doesn't start with thinking and then acting. Instead, action potentials build in motor areas based on environmental cues, internal states, and habits. Your choice to reach for a glass is usually your brain executing a predicted outcome. You only notice it after the cascade has begun, like reading the end of a sentence your brain already typed. The feeling of control is so seamless and coherent that you don't notice the trick. Like a magician, your brain misdirects attention and hides the mechanics. This doesn't mean you are a robot, but it does mean that the freedom you feel, especially in everyday decisions, is probably not what you think. Experiments with fMRI machines have shown that researchers can predict a person's choice seconds before they consciously make it, just by watching patterns of brain activity. That's not choice, that's unfolding. If the brain is a wave, consciousness is the foam on top. By the time you notice it, the wave has already rolled in. You are not the rider, but the wake, the signature of a force that has passed before you could steer. Yet this doesn't make experience meaningless. The feeling of choosing is meaningful, even if it's constructed. It is a feedback loop. When you reflect on a choice, your brain updates its model. When you resist a habit, you change future predictions. Willpower may not be a lever pulled from some sacred self, but it leaves traces. You can influence the wave's shape, even if you can't control its rise. You can shift what your brain predicts. A smoker trains their neurons not to light a cigarette. A pianist trains theirs to move without thought. A monk trains the mind to let thoughts pass without clinging. These are rewrites to the code of prediction, not free will in the usual sense, but changes in the environment your brain uses to decide. Think of language. When you speak, words come out not because you consciously pick each one, but because they feel inevitable. You think you are guiding the sentence, but it emerges almost automatically. Writing works the same way. A phrase feels right, and you type it. Then you look back and say, yes, that is what I meant. Meaning often arrives after the fact, justified by emotion and context. This mirrors choice.
You feel like you are driving, but the road was already built, and you ride a car that knows where to go. This insight shakes our ideas of morality and identity. If we don't choose the way we think, how do we hold people accountable? How do we praise or blame? Even here, nuance matters. Initial impulses may appear without conscious direction, but the brain's model adapts. Laws and rewards don't need absolute freedom, they need learning systems. If you know stealing brings punishment, your brain adjusts future predictions. The self becomes less a sovereign ruler and more a committee negotiating between instinct, memory, prediction, and feedback. Free will is not total liberty, it is freedom within complexity. The question is not whether we have free will, but where in the system we can influence outcomes. If your brain acts before awareness, then shaping the brain, its environment, habits, and inputs is the new form of authorship. You may not control your thoughts, but you can curate what you feed them. You may not decide what urges appear, but you can shape which ones win. Will is like a garden. You don't choose the rain or sun, but you plant, prune, and prepare. Over time, what grows begins to resemble purpose. The experience of choice is not false, it is layered. Your brain simulates possibilities, selects trajectories, and writes a story around what happened. It is not lying, it is giving a cohesive user interface. Just like a computer desktop hides code behind icons, consciousness hides neurons behind narratives. It shows the result, not the process. From that result, you build your identity, a person who chooses, tries, and learns. Next time you feel the urge to act, reach, speak, or move, pause and ask not just why, but how it came to be. Was it memory, habit, emotion, or environment? The more you notice these threads, the more agency you cultivate, not by overriding the system, but by understanding it. You are not a lone pilot behind a dashboard. You are the entire plane, and the sky, vast and ever-changing, is still yours to navigate.
The universe might loop eternally, big bangs repeating forever. Picture a clock without numbers, without hands, and without a ticking sound. Just an endless circle, smooth and without edges, carved into the face of time itself. You cannot tell where it begins or where it ends. It loops perfectly. Now, imagine that this is not only a clock, it is everything. Every atom, every galaxy, every thought you have ever had, turning not just one time, but again and again through a rhythm so huge and so patient that even eternity forgets its dancing. This is the strange and hypnotic idea suggested by some cosmologists, that the universe might loop eternally, big bangs repeating forever. Picture a clock without numbers, without hands, and without a ticking sound. Just an endless circle, smooth and without edges, carved into the face of time itself. You cannot tell where it begins or where it ends. It loops perfectly. Now imagine that this is not only a clock, it is everything. Every atom, every galaxy, every thought you have ever had, turning not just one time, but again and again, through a rhythm so huge and so patient that even eternity forgets its dancing. This is the strange and hypnotic idea suggested by some cosmologists, that the universe does not simply end or expand forever, but resets. That it collapses and starts again and again and again. Not in a symbolic way, not in a poetic way, but in a physical, cosmic, and cold mathematical way. You may be living inside one of many acts of an endless cosmic play, where the curtains fall only so they can rise again. And your role, our role, repeats, not because of fate, but because the stage requires it. To understand this, go back to the familiar Big Bang.
the explosive birth of everything. You know the story. 13.8 billion years ago, all matter, energy, space, and even time itself burst into existence from a point that was beyond dense. Since then, the universe has been expanding, stretching like a balloon. But what if this is not the first time the balloon inflated? What if it inflated in the past, then deflated, collapsed into itself, and then inflated again? Each time with the same laws of physics, the same chances for stars, for life, and maybe even the same you. This idea is not science fiction. It is called the cyclic or oscillating universe model. It suggests that instead of a single creation, the cosmos goes through endless ages of birth, death, and rebirth. Universes may rise and fall like breaths, like tides, like the swing of a pendulum whose anchor is space-time itself. Let's look deeper. In the early 20th century, Einstein's general relativity showed that the universe could be expanding or shrinking. Later, measurements, especially Edwin Hubble's discovery that galaxies are moving away from us, proved that the universe really is expanding. But what is pushing it? Enter dark energy, a mysterious force that seems to be speeding up this expansion. Here is where things turn strange. If the expansion continues forever, galaxies will drift so far apart that stars will die out, matter will decay, and the universe will end in what physicists call heat death, a cold and dark stillness where nothing can ever happen again. But what if dark energy is not constant? What if it changes, weakens, or reverses? Some ideas predict that if the right conditions appear, the expansion could stop, and the universe could begin to shrink. Galaxies would move closer, stars would crash into each other, space itself would fold inward, and all matter would collapse into another singularity, a big crunch, which could then explode again into a new Big Bang. And this new bang might not only make a new universe, it might make a similar one, maybe even almost identical. This leads to the biggest mind twist in an endless cycle. Everything that has happened, every conversation, every decision, every war, kiss, tragedy, and victory could happen again, not just one more time, not in a symbolic way, but literally, over and over. The philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche called this the eternal recurrence, a thought experiment meant to test the way you live. If you had to live this same life forever, would you choose it? But physics might turn that thought into a real process. If the universe restarts endlessly and the laws of physics stay the same, then it is possible that the same patterns could appear again. You might be reading this very line an endless number of times across the infinite loops of cycles, and you would never know. Now let's use a metaphor. Imagine a record player with a scratch, a little mark that makes the same few seconds of a song repeat. If the scratch is positioned just right, you do not even notice the repetition. The music feels smooth, the beat feels new, but it is not. The needle jumps back, the song repeats, and you, the listener, do not realize it. The universe might be like that, not because it is broken, but because the groove of physics brings it back to the same part of the tune.
You live, you die. The stars shine. The stars fade. Gravity pulls tighter. Everything folds inward. Then, like a breath after drowning, bang, it begins again. New but familiar. Different but still the same. Recent developments in cosmology, especially from string theory and looped quantum gravity, give ideas where such cycles might be possible mathematically. In some models, the Big Bang is not a start, but a bounce, created by a previous universe collapsing. In others, higher dimensional brains collide again and again, causing repeating explosions of space-time. These ideas are not settled science. They are bold and far-edge theories, but serious scientists consider them because they solve real problems. Like why the universe looks so flat, so smooth, so perfectly balanced for life. A cyclic universe would allow time to stretch long enough for flaws to smooth out. It would give the cosmos many attempts to get it right. But here is the twist. Even if this is real, even if we are living inside the billionth restart of reality, there is no way to remember the one before. The end of a universe is not a quiet fade to black. It is the wiping away of all structure, all memory, all cause and effect. The next Big Bang does not carry a memory stick from the last. It is a fresh start born from ashes and silence. So even if your atoms have moved through this dance 1,000,000 times before, every step still feels new, still feels like yours. And maybe that is enough. This point of view changes the way we see time, not as a straight line, but as a loop. Not as a road toward decay, but as a spiral of rebirth. In most human stories, death is final. But what if it is a hinge, not an ending, but a turning point? In a cyclic universe, endings are beginnings. Collapse becomes creation. And the story is never truly over. It just changes its mask. So what do you do with this idea? Does it make you feel small, repeated, unimportant? Or does it give you something freeing? If everything repeats, maybe what matters is not the final result, but the experience. Maybe your life is not a one-time performance, but a verse in a cosmic song, sung forever. And maybe your choices, even though they disappear, echo across loops. Even if the next you does not remember this one, maybe it feels it. Maybe kindness, courage, love, even when brief, leave a mark on the groove. The looping universe is not only a scientific idea, it is a mirror, a challenge. It asks, if all of this will happen again, how will you show up next time? How will you treat this moment, this breath, as if it echoes into forever? And most importantly, if you were given the chance to ride the loop again, would you say yes? Your gut can control your decisions without you knowing. You like to think you are the captain of your mind, that your choices, what you buy, who you trust, who you love, what you fear, are all the result of careful thinking, of reasoning formed in that mysterious theater behind your forehead called the brain. And yet beneath all of that, there is a silent partner, an ancient churning presence coiled deep in your abdomen. It has no voice, no thoughts, no opinions in the usual sense, but it has influence, immense influence. It nudges you when something feels wrong. It flutters when you are nervous. It twists when danger approaches. And astonishingly, it can override your rational thinking. This isn't poetry. This is biology. The truth is that your gut, your literal physical gut, can control your decisions without your awareness. You are in part a puppet of your own intestines, and the strings are pulled not with malice, but with microbes. Let's start with a strange but important fact. Your gut has a brain of its own, not in a metaphorical way, a real one. It is called the enteric nervous system, and it contains over 100 million neurons, more than your spinal cord. It doesn't just digest food. It communicates constantly with your central nervous system. It can operate independently. It can react, process, decide. Some neuroscientists call it the second brain, but this label might underestimate it. It is not second, it is parallel. It doesn't take orders, it participates. And what is even more astonishing is that much of what it decides on your behalf, it never asks you about. You don't feel it making those decisions. You just experience the result. The gut talks to your brain through a superhighway called the vagus nerve. It carries electrical impulses, chemical signals, and hormonal messages. When you feel stressed, your gut slows digestion.
When your gut is inflamed, your brain feels foggy or anxious. But this communication isn't only about physical states. It affects emotion, memory, and even moral judgment. Consider this. In a study where participants were shown emotionally charged images while having their gut flora altered with probiotics, their emotional reactions changed. That means your microbiome, the trillions of bacteria living inside you, can shift how you feel about the world. Think about that. The mood you are in might not be yours. It might be your bacteria whispering suggestions up your spinal cord. Now, let's use a metaphor. Imagine a crowded theater where your conscious brain is seated in the front row, watching life unfold on the stage. You believe you are the director. But what you don't see is that backstage, behind the curtain, there is an ensemble of unseen performers, bacteria, hormones, gut nerves, manipulating the props, adjusting the lighting, delivering lines through hidden speakers. The audience hears the play and assumes it is yours, but much of the script is ghost-written by your gut. You just improvise the best you can. And this influence goes far beyond food. Your gut affects your social behavior. Studies on mice have shown that when you transplant the microbiome of a bold mouse into a timid one, the timid one becomes bold. Similar effects are now being found in humans. People with depression often show disrupted gut flora. In some trials, changing the gut flora with specific probiotics reduces anxiety. What you think is a mental problem might actually be a microbiological imbalance. There are bacteria that produce dopamine, serotonin, and GABA, neurotransmitters once thought to be made only in the brain. In fact, over 90% of your serotonin, the feel-good chemical, is produced in your gut. So when you feel happy, when you fall in love, when you feel peace, part of that may be intestinal chemistry, not divine joy or rational reflection. Your gut is every bit your mind as much as your brain. So feed it well, listen to it well, and remember, it's talking back to you.
And here is where it gets stranger. Your gut can anticipate decisions before you are aware of them. Before you choose to speak, move, or act, your body prepares. This is seen in studies involving the readiness potential, where brain activity happens before conscious decision-making. But now, researchers are finding similar signals that start in the gut. In other words, your gut might begin reacting to things before your conscious mind catches up. You might think you made a gut decision, when in fact, your gut made it for you and simply sent a memo to your brain afterward, which your mind interprets as intuition. But why would evolution allow this? Why would your body hand over such vital controls to your intestines? The answer lies in survival. The gut is where the outside world meets the inside. Food, toxins, bacteria. What you consume shapes your internal universe. A faster, more direct decision-making system evolved in the gut to bypass the slower, more complex deliberations of the brain. If a meal smells off, if an environment feels hostile, if a person triggers a visceral unease, your gut acts fast. You may not know why you avoid that alley, that stranger, or that seafood dish, but your gut does, and often it is right. Still, the implications are uncomfortable, because if your gut can influence your choices, what else can it shape? Your beliefs, your political views. There is emerging evidence that gut flora correlates with risk-taking behavior, fear responses, and even social bonding. We are only beginning to understand how deep the roots go. You are, in a very real sense, an ecosystem in motion. Your decisions are co-authored by creatures that live inside you and die inside you, who never sleep and outnumber your human cells. You are not a singular self. You are a colony, a consciousness suspended above a bacterial parliament. This understanding isn't meant to take away your control, but to deepen your awareness. It is a call to humility. Your thoughts are yours, but they are also shaped, edited, and colored by invisible hands. You may feel hunger and think it is physical, but it may be emotional. You may feel aversion and think it is rational, but it may be microbial. You may feel love and think it is cosmic, but it might be gut serotonin dancing through your bloodstream, triggered by the smell of skin or the memory of comfort food. So what does it mean to be human in light of this? It means that consciousness is not a cathedral sitting on a pedestal. It is a marketplace, messy, loud, and layered. It means you must be gentle with your mind, because not everything you feel is your fault. It means you must be curious about your instincts, because not all of them are wrong. It means you must nourish your body, not just to survive, but to think clearly, love deeply, and decide wisely. The gut is not your enemy. It is your anchor, your co-pilot, your ancient churning bacterial oracle. And maybe, just maybe, that uncomfortable feeling in your stomach right before a big decision is not fear. It is truth, vibrating from the core of your being. Listen, not everything wise wears a crown. Some things grow in the dark and whisper through the blood. The universe has no center, yet expands everywhere. I always pictured the universe like something familiar. A balloon inflating, a sphere growing larger in every direction, a cosmic explosion with a beginning point radiating outward. That's the metaphor they gave you in school: a bang, a center, a ripple. And yet, the truth is far stranger and far less intuitive. The universe has no center, no middle, no edge. And yet it is expanding everywhere all at once. Like a magic trick in slow motion, space itself stretches between every galaxy, not from one origin point, but equally, silently, relentlessly. And this isn't philosophical poetry. It's measurable, observable, and disturbingly real. But how do you wrap your mind around something expanding without a center? To understand it, you need to abandon flat earth intuition and embrace something more like a living metaphor. Imagine not a balloon inflating from the outside, but the dough in a rising loaf of bread. The raisins inside, galaxies, don't fly away from a core. They grow distant from each other as the dough stretches uniformly. Each raisin sees every other one move away, and each has no reason to believe it isn't the center of the loaf. This is our universe, and we are one of those raisins, mistaking perspective for position. You might ask, if it's expanding, what is it expanding into? But that question itself is broken. The universe isn't expanding into space. It's creating space. It's not moving through a pre-existing void. The void is being born between the stars. Every meter between galaxies stretches into 2 meters, then 4, then more. And yet, from your position inside, you can't see space being made. You only see light traveling longer paths. You see galaxies redshifted, meaning their light waves are stretched, softened, like a siren moving away. This redshift is how we know the expansion is real. But what we didn't expect, and what still disturbs physicists today, is that the expansion is accelerating. Galaxies aren't just drifting, they're fleeing faster and faster, as though pushed by some invisible pressure. We named this dark energy, not because we understand it, but because we don't. And it's this dark energy that ensures there is no universal center. The universe doesn't expand from a single explosion point. It expands from within itself. Every point is equally the origin. Every point is equally nowhere. That's the paradox, and it breaks the human mind because the human mind wants structure. It wants hierarchies. It wants beginnings and middles and ends. But the cosmos has no obligation to fit inside our categories. The Big Bang wasn't an explosion in space. It was an explosion of space.
time and matter didn't erupt into a room. They were the room being built. The bang was not loud. It was not visible. It was a quiet shift in the laws of reality. And everything that followed, the stars, the galaxies, you, are artifacts of that original stretch. But because it happened everywhere at once, there is no place we can point to and say, it started here. The start was not spatial. It was structural. And so we float inside a cosmos that has no center, but behaves as if every part is the center. The expansion makes every observer feel at rest, while every other observer seems to be moving away. That's the magic of relativity. And it's unsettling because it means we have no privileged position in the universe, not physically, and maybe not existentially. Think of it like this. You are on a train in the dark, and there are windows all around.
Outside those windows, you see distant lights, other trains, other passengers. Every light appears to drift away, but you cannot tell if you're moving or they are. In truth, space itself is stretching between you. It is not a vehicle, it is the track, and it moves beneath your feet whether you want it to or not. In this metaphor, there is no station, no origin point, just movement. That's what the universe is doing, and it leads to eerie consequences. One day, if the expansion continues, distant galaxies will fade out of view. Their light will never reach us. We will be alone in a cold, quiet patch of the cosmos, cut off by the very fabric that once connected us. The expansion that creates also isolates. The more the universe grows, the more it forgets itself. But there's a deeper implication here, one that hits at identity. If every point is equally the center, then the idea of a center loses meaning. And yet, humans crave a center. We want Earth to be the middle. We want ourselves to be the middle, the center of attention, the center of purpose. But the universe laughs gently at that desire. It has no middle, because it doesn't need one. It's like a song that echoes in all directions at once, like a painting where every brushstroke begins anew. And maybe that's the hidden beauty. You are not at the center of the universe, but neither is anyone else. Which means, paradoxically, that you're as central as anything can be, because wherever you are, the expansion surrounds you. The Big Bang still echoes in your bones, and you are inside the unfolding, not apart from it. And this is where the metaphor turns inward. Picture your life not as a journey from point A to point B, but as an expansion. Your thoughts stretch, your relationships stretch, your understanding stretches, not from a center, but in every direction. And just like the universe, you expand without knowing what you're expanding into. You create space inside yourself for pain, for joy, for contradiction. And perhaps, just perhaps, the lesson of a centerless universe is that meaning is not fixed, it's generated. Like space, it's something that grows between things, not above them. So next time you look at the stars, don't ask where the center is. There is no center. There is only now. There is only the unfolding. And your quiet wondering and breathing are part of the stretch. Most of the brain's processing is unconscious. Unconscious. Imagine trying to operate the world's most complex supercomputer while blindfolded, with no manual and only the soft hum of its fans to tell you that it's even running. That is your life. Because the brain you live with, the brain you think you understand, is not only far more powerful than anything humans have ever built, it is also mostly hidden from you. You think you are the driver of your thoughts, the creator of your choices, the captain of your consciousness. But in reality, you are more like a passenger on a ship that is already halfway to its destination by the time you realize you are even on board. Most of what your brain does, it does without your permission, without your awareness, and without leaving a trace.
From interpreting billions of bits of sensory data every second, to coordinating complex muscle movements, to shaping your emotional reactions, and even writing the illusion of your free will. The unconscious mind is the builder working behind the curtain, and the conscious self, the one that believes it is in control, is more like a storyteller trying to keep up with a story that has already been written. You do not decide what to feel. You simply notice what you are feeling. You do not choose your thoughts. You discover them like echoes coming from a deeper chamber. And by the time those echoes reach your awareness, they have already shaped what you are going to do next. The metaphor is simple. Imagine a theater. On stage is the conscious mind, the actor, the voice, the script. But underneath the stage is a maze of machinery, pulleys, levers, spotlights, audio cues, all working together to create the illusion of a smooth performance. That is your unconscious brain. It moves the props, it changes the lighting, it builds the scene before you ever step into it. And just like in a real theater, the audience only sees what the director wants them to see. They do not realize there is a team of 100 people working backstage to make the illusion perfect. In your case, that backstage team is your subconscious processing, and it is doing far more than you imagine. Take vision, for example. You might think you open your eyes and see the world directly, but vision is not a passive experience. It is an active construction. Light hits your retina, yes, but what you see is a stitched-together guess built by inference, filled in by prediction, and shaped by memory. Your brain guesses what is out there and shows you a clean version it believes will be useful. You never see raw reality, only the polished version your unconscious mind builds for you. And this hidden processing is not limited to sight. It is in your hearing, where your brain fills in missing sounds. It is in your memory, which is not a replay but a reconstruction. It is in your emotions, which come from ancient unconscious systems long before your rational mind can explain them. The feeling of fear, for example, can rise in your body before you even know what you're afraid of. Your pulse speeds up, your stomach tightens, and only then does your conscious mind come up with a reason, like a news anchor reading headlines after the event already happened.
You are always a few seconds behind, and those seconds matter. They are the space between the trigger and your reaction, between stimulus and response, between life and the story you tell yourself about life. Even your decisions, the things you are certain you choose, often begin unconsciously. In well-known neuroscience experiments, researchers have been able to predict which button a person will press, left or right, several seconds before the person says they made the decision. The brain shows activity in the motor cortex before the subject becomes aware of wanting to move. What does this mean? It means your choice was already forming in the dark long before you claimed it. And this discovery does not only challenge our belief in free will, it changes our entire sense of identity. If we are not the ones steering, then who are we? Are we observers? Commentators? Or just the tip of an iceberg floating on a sea of hidden processes? Let's go deeper. Your brain is constantly absorbing patterns of language, social cues, environmental signals, and adjusting your behavior without you knowing. You walk into a room and suddenly feel tension. You meet a new person and feel drawn to them or pushed away with no idea why. You get a gut feeling not to trust someone. You avoid a street corner without knowing that a shadow reminded you of something painful. These are not mystical signs, they are calculations. Your brain measures risks, predicts outcomes, compares what you see with past experiences, and prepares your body to act, all while you think you are simply following your instincts. But instinct is not magic. It is math. It is biology. It is a billion neurons whispering to each other quietly, building the world you think you are seeing. Now ask yourself, what else is your brain doing without your permission? It controls your heartbeat. It manages your breathing.
It adjusts your pupils based on your emotions. It activates your immune system under stress. It files memories while you sleep. It removes connections you no longer use. It creates the idea of you, a smooth, consistent sense of self out of bits and pieces, habits, and scattered brain activity. And it protects that story strongly, even when it is not accurate. The unconscious mind does more than run background systems. It shapes your reality. It decides what matters. It hides contradictions. It smooths over chaos. It lies to keep the illusion in place. But it does this not out of cruelty. It does it to help you survive. Because consciousness is expensive. It is slow. It uses a lot of energy. The brain only turns it on when absolutely needed, like a flashlight in the dark. Most of the time, it works from the shadows. Think about how much you do on autopilot: driving, walking, typing, scrolling, even talking. Once learned, these actions get passed down to unconscious systems. That is efficiency. That is evolution. But it also means that your waking life is mostly lived by a part of you that you barely know. And that part, that massive, silent, hidden intelligence, is in charge. It has always been in charge. So what should you do with this knowledge? Panic? Deny it? Or accept it as a humbling reminder that you are more than what you think? That you are not just the voice in your head, but also the machinery beneath it? That the real you is not a single spotlight, but the entire stage? Your unconscious mind is not your enemy. It is your base, your guard, your builder. It may be hidden, but it is not lost. And if you learn to listen to its quiet signals, your instincts, your dreams, your body's reactions, you may realize that understanding does not always come from thinking harder. Sometimes it comes from lowering the noise and letting the deeper processes speak. Because beneath the words, beneath the logic, beneath the polished thoughts you show to the world, there is a huge unconscious ocean, and you, the conscious mind, are just the ripple on its surface. You are not separate from that ocean. You are its echo.
Your thoughts can be influenced just by your posture. Think of your body as a tuning fork. Every movement, every gesture, every position sends a subtle vibration that echoes into the vast hallways of your mind. We like to believe that our thoughts live only in the brain, sealed off from our posture or poise, unaffected by the angle of our spine or the position of our chin. But this belief is not true, and it blinds us to one of the most intimate truths about being human. Your body is not separate from your thoughts. It is the stage where they happen. The way you sit, stand, slump, or stretch is not just a physical habit. It is a signal, a silent language that the body speaks to the brain. And the brain, listening carefully, responds not with words, but with feelings, expectations, moods, and beliefs. A lowered gaze can reduce your optimism. A hunched spine can make your sense of defeat stronger. A puffed-out chest can invite confidence, like a lie that becomes true. Posture is not passive, it is persuasive. You can think of it like an orchestra conductor. Posture is the baton waving over your nervous system, setting the rhythm, calling out emotion and tempo. When you collapse your shoulders and cave in your chest, you are not just compressing your lungs, you are telling your brain, we are small, we are losing, we should be quiet. And the brain, always eager to serve, starts dimming the lights. Less dopamine, less serotonin, less spark. You feel sad, not because the world has changed, but because your body has taken on the shape of sadness. The feedback loop is seamless. Your body sends messages, your mind listens, and then answers back, forming a circle that can spiral upward or downward depending on what you embody. This is not metaphor. It can be measured. In many psychological studies, people who used power poses, open, expansive, upright positions, felt more confident and performed better in tasks that involved risk-taking and assertiveness.
On the other hand, those who slouched or folded inward felt more anxious, avoided challenges, and had lower self-esteem. Even hormone levels followed posture. Testosterone rises with confident poses, cortisol rises in withdrawn positions. Your body chemistry is not fixed. It moves to the tune your posture hums. This means thoughts do not come only from thinking. They come from your position, too.
Imagine a narrow wooden bridge stretching across a deep ravine. You approach it with your shoulders back, head high, feet firm. Your brain reads your stance. I am ready. I am capable. So it gives you courage, sharpens your vision, steadies your breath. Now imagine approaching that same bridge hunched, eyes down, toes turned inward. Your body says, we are in danger. Your brain trusts this information and responds with fear, caution, and retreat. Nothing on the bridge changed, only your shape, only your silent language. Posture doesn't just affect emotion, it changes perception. People who sit upright while judging themselves feel more self-respect than those who slouch. Children who stand tall while learning remember better. Elderly patients who start physical therapy not only move better, they think more clearly. Posture shapes thought like riverbanks shape water. You may think you choose your mindset, but often you are living in the mental weather created by your body. Even small muscle changes matter. The angle of your neck while texting can increase strain and subtly raise stress. The way you hold your hands in your lap can make your mind feel passive or engaged. The tilt of your pelvis while sitting can invite sluggishness or alertness. We are sensitive machines, finely tuned instruments of alignment and feedback. But we walk through life like violins that don't know they are playing music. This matters even more when you consider posture and trauma. People who experience chronic stress, anxiety, or emotional pain often adopt protective body language, crossed arms, curled shoulders, tight jaws. Over time, these positions become habits, like armor you forget you are wearing. But this armor does not just protect, it isolates. It changes how others see you. More importantly, it changes how you see the world. A guarded stance signals threat. A lowered chin signals submission. Averted eyes reduce confidence. Your body stuck in old defense patterns keeps your mind trapped in the past, reinforcing the fears you want to escape. But there is hope. If the body can trap the mind, it can also free it. Deliberately changing your posture, even if it feels unnatural, sends a new signal. We are safe now. We can open up. We can rise. The mind, trusting its body, responds. It rewires. It rebalances. It lets go. This is why practices like yoga, tai chi, or even simple breathing exercises are so powerful. They teach the body to move in ways that tell a different story, not of fear, not of contraction, but of openness, fluidity, and strength. The body reclaims its voice, and the mind listens in awe. Posture is not just about spinal health or manners, it is about identity. When you walk tall, you don't just look different, you become different. When you slump, you don't just seem tired, your brain feels tired. Your posture becomes a prophecy. And like all self-fulfilling prophecies, it can be rewritten. You are not stuck in the pose life gave you. You can choose your stance. You can lift your chin not to be arrogant, but to defy invisibility. You can uncross your arms not to be vulnerable, but to make room for connection. You can lean forward not to chase something, but to meet the moment halfway. These small, physical, silent gestures are the poetry of embodiment. So next time you feel trapped in anxious thoughts, don't just reach for affirmations, reach for your spine. When self-doubt clouds your judgment, don't just argue with it. Stand up. Feel the ground beneath your feet.
Let your breath open your chest. Look outward. Stretch upward. The message is simple, ancient, and powerful. Change your posture, and you change your path, because thought does not live alone. It lives in your muscles, your jaw, the space between your ribs, your ideas, your moods, your confidence. All of them rise from the throne of your posture. When you start treating your body not as a passenger, but as a guide, listening to its shape, slope, and stillness, you may find that clarity, courage, and even joy were never out of reach. They were just out of alignment. Some people don't recognize their own reflection. Imagine looking in a mirror and seeing a stranger. Not in a metaphorical way, not in the poetic way people talk about losing themselves, but literally, as if your mind cannot make the connection between the face in the glass and the person you are. That moment, that rupture, isn't just confusion. It's a breakdown in the bridge between self and surface, between identity and image. There is a rare neurological condition called mirror self-misidentification where this happens. People look into a mirror and genuinely believe they are seeing someone else, not because they have forgotten who they are, but because something deeper, something silent and automatic in the brain has stopped linking their sense of self to their visual reflection. But here's the twist. You don't need a rare disorder to feel this disconnect. In a quieter, more subtle way, we all do. You've walked by a window and caught your reflection and paused, unsure. You've stared at a photo of yourself and thought, that doesn't look like me. These aren't accidents. They are glimpses, clues that your self-image is not as stable, not as fixed as you think. Your brain does not store a perfect picture of you. It pieces one together, bit by bit, day by day, memory by mood. And sometimes the patchwork doesn't line up. Sometimes the emotional version of who you are, the version you carry in your mind, doesn't match what the mirror returns. The brain stutters, the link falters. You see yourself and don't. In truth, your reflection is always a delayed reconstruction. Your eyes receive light. Your brain interprets that light, and what you see is more prediction than perception. You think you're looking out, but you are also looking in and through. The mirror may show your face, but your mind shows your idea of yourself. When those two don't match, when your posture, your expression, your age, your weight, your mood contradict the self-image your brain prefers, you feel that strange dissonance, that "who is that" moment. It's not the mirror lying. It's the brain glitching, hesitating, choosing between two versions of you, the one you are expecting and the one that is. This disconnection is not just visual, it's emotional. For those who suffer from depersonalization or derealization disorders, the reflection becomes alien not because of memory failure, but because of a deeper fracture, a feeling of being unreal, like a ghost haunting your own body. You know it's your face, but it doesn't feel like it. You raise your hand and the mirror responds, but it feels performative, distant, like watching someone else puppeteer your movements. This experience, terrifying as it sounds, is not limited to those with a diagnosis. Anyone under extreme stress, trauma, or prolonged disconnection from themselves, from their values, their desires, their truth, can begin to drift. And when they do, the mirror becomes a portal not into the self, but into a question. Who have I become? And in that silence, when words fail and memory feels fogged, the reflection becomes a confrontation, not just with how you look, but with what you've endured. Not what the world sees, but what you no longer recognize. Mirrors are honest, but honesty without context can be cruel. The mirror does not show your memories, your sacrifices, your growth. It does not show what you meant to say, only how your lips hang silent. It does not show your kindness, only the lines that time has carved. So we learn to mistrust it. We look quickly, adjust what's visible, and walk away, hoping the world sees something truer than we do. But deep down we wonder, if we can't fully recognize ourselves, how can anyone else?
And it doesn't stop there. This uncertainty seeps beyond mirrors, into voice memos that don't sound like us, into videos where our gestures feel foreign, into moments where we laugh and suddenly wonder if that laugh really belongs to us. It's as if our identity is being filtered through a prism, refracted by expectation, pressure, fatigue, fear, and each reflection is just one version, one angle, never quite whole. There's a metaphor in mythology. Narcissus, who fell in love with his reflection and was destroyed by it. But the modern danger isn't falling in love with our reflection, it's falling out of belief in it, seeing the surface and feeling no spark of recognition, not out of vanity, but vacancy. You scroll through selfies, profile pictures, curated portraits, and still feel like none of them are you? That's not ego, that's exile. And sometimes the most dangerous kind of lost is when you're looking right at yourself and still feel invisible. In a world of constant presentation, where your image is fragmented across platforms and screens, the question becomes louder. Which version is me? The smiling one, posted for approval? The tired one, glimpsed late at night? The confident one from months ago? Or the uncertain one in the mirror? Now identity, once felt like a compass, becomes more like a weather vane, shifting with the winds of attention, feedback, nostalgia, and the weight of trying to stay consistent across all mirrors, real or digital, which becomes exhausting. But there's another truth, quieter but more powerful. Your reflection was never supposed to define you. It was meant to remind you, to whisper back pieces of your presence, to anchor you when the winds of the world pull you away from yourself. It's not meant to validate who you are. It's a canvas, and like all canvases, it changes with the light, the angle, the moment. So when you see someone in the mirror who doesn't look familiar, it might not be that you've become a stranger, it might be that you've grown beyond the image your brain still holds. We don't outgrow mirrors, but we do outgrow the stories we once attached to them. The hairstyle that used to mean confidence, the weight that used to mean worth, the expression that used to mean failure. These associations were taught, and they can be untaught. The face you see is not an enemy, it's a messenger, sometimes tired, sometimes unfiltered, sometimes out of focus, but always waiting for you to look deeper. The path forward isn't in fixing the mirror, it's in updating the internal portrait, in recognizing that you're not meant to stay frozen in time. Your reflection will change. Let it. Your smile might soften, your posture might slouch, your eyes might grow more serious. That doesn't mean you've lost yourself. It means you're alive. It means your story has chapters. And the person in the mirror isn't someone you should recognize all the time. They're someone you should get to know again and again, because the deeper truth is identity is a dialogue, not a monologue. Sometimes you need to meet your own eyes like you would an old friend, with curiosity, not certainty. Look past the flaws, past the assumptions, past the surface metrics that the world tells you to care about. Look into the mirror not for perfection, but for presence. Because even when you feel far from yourself, even when the reflection feels off, there's something more consistent than your appearance, your resilience, your curiosity, your will to keep showing up. These don't wrinkle, these don't gray, these don't fade under harsh lighting. So the next time your reflection startles you, don't look away, look closer. Not at the hair, the eyes, the skin, but at the story behind them. The days you survived, the things you learned, the silent battles no camera captured. You are in there. You always were. But like all deep truths, sometimes it takes a second glance and a quieter mind to truly see it. And when you do, when you let your gaze soften and your thoughts quiet, you might find that the person in the mirror isn't a stranger. They're a survivor, a witness, a becoming. And that recognition, that gentle yes, might be the beginning of coming home to yourself.
Even seeing someone yawn can change your brain state. A yawn is often seen as a sign of boredom or tiredness, a reflex, something that happens automatically in the background. But imagine for a moment that it is more than that. Think of it as a silent ripple, like a tuning fork ringing in the mind, sending gentle vibrations from one brain to another. You are in a room, fully alert, paying attention, and then someone across from you yawns. Without thinking, your own jaw loosens, your eyes water a little, and you feel the need to stretch. You don't plan it. It just happens, automatically, involuntarily. But at that moment, something amazing just occurred. Your brain rewired itself in response to another human's internal state. This is not just copying, this is resonance. And it shows something astonishing. Your consciousness is not a sealed box. It is open, vulnerable, contagious. This phenomenon is called contagious yawning, but it is not only about yawns. It is a window into how empathy works, the structure of shared experience. Your brain has a network of special cells called mirror neurons. These are like biological echoes of other people's actions built inside you. These neurons fire not only when you do something yourself, but when you watch someone else do it. When someone smiles, your brain reacts as if you're smiling. When they frown, your face tightens. And when they yawn, your brain's arousal systems shift slightly. It's like your nervous system is reaching out, silently saying, "I feel you," long before you speak a word. But there is more. Yawning itself is not fully understood by science. Some ideas say it helps regulate brain temperature. Others say it's about taking in oxygen or preparing the body for alertness. But when you see someone yawn, something deeper happens. Your mind updates its understanding of the emotional state around you without you realizing it. Your body reacts, heart rate changes, neural activity shifts. You are no longer just watching someone, you are syncing with them. And the most empathetic people are the most likely to catch a yawn. It is not a weakness, it is sensitivity. Think about what that means. In a quiet room full of strangers, one small act, one breath, one stretch can ripple outward, changing minds like dominoes. This is not about the yawn itself, it is about the doorway it opens. Because if your brain can change just by seeing a behavior, your inner world is less private than you think. It is a shared canvas, constantly shaped by others. This is the kind of truth that shakes our sense of individuality. You want to believe your thoughts are only yours, your emotions contained inside you. But biology tells a different story. From posture to facial expressions, from laughter to tears, your brain is always scanning others, tuning itself moment by moment to the invisible orchestra of human presence. A single yawn can lower your alertness, relax your muscles, even change how fast you make decisions. Not because your mind is weak, but because your brain is built to join, to harmonize, to connect. Imagine a room full of unlit candles. One flickers, and slowly, one by one, the flames spread, not with fire, but with awareness. That is what yawns do. That is what any emotional signal does. It's not about copying, it's about joining the invisible dance of neural alignment. We go through life believing in our isolation, in the privacy of our inner voice, but even the simplest reflex, a yawn, reveals a deeper truth. We are social beings, not by choice, but by design. And it does not stop at yawning. Studies show that watching someone in pain activates your own pain centers. Watching someone relax lowers your stress. Watching someone succeed gives you a small dopamine rush. Your emotions are never truly just yours. They are signals bouncing through bodies, through eye contact, through breath. Consciousness is not a solo act. It is a choir, and the yawn is one of its quietest notes. So next time someone yawns and you feel it in your own jaw, don't just laugh it off. Realize what just happened. Two minds aligned for a brief moment. Your biology acknowledged their presence. And in a world that often feels disconnected and digital, that small involuntary gesture is a reminder that your brain is listening, not just to you, but to everyone around you. The more we understand yawns, the more they seem almost spiritual. A shared breath, a brief transmission, a pause where two nervous systems recognize each other without words or thought. It's intimacy, hidden as a reflex. And it becomes even more striking. Contagious yawning happens in some animals, too. Chimpanzees, dogs, even birds can catch yawns. But it is strongest between individuals who share a bond. Your dog may yawn when you do, not because it is tired, but because it feels you. What does that tell us about humans? That empathy may exist before language? That the roots of emotional connection go back before civilization? And if that is true, if the seed of connection is older than words, then yawning may be one of the purest behaviors we share. Raw, unpolished, unshaped by performance. It just happens. In boardrooms, churches, first dates, final goodbyes, a universal signal of biological unity. It may look simple, but its meaning is profound. We are linked by reflexes we do not control. Modern life pushes separation. We present polished versions of ourselves, speak through screens. But underneath it all, our biology reaches through microexpressions, through instinct, through something as small as a sigh, a stretch, a yawn. Each is a flicker of the unspoken language we are born into, a language of resonance. You may not notice how often your brain adjusts itself because of someone else's tone, posture, or breath, but the proof is in your slower heart rate, your softer voice, your mirrored expressions. You are open, not weak, but responsive. Your nervous system listens. Every room you enter becomes a kind of choir, humming with the invisible song of shared state. The yawn is not noise. It is a signal. It says, I see you. It says, we are in this moment together. It is a small rebellion against the myth of total independence, a tiny act of neural vulnerability. And perhaps the most important part is not that you yawned, but that something deep inside you chose to harmonize, even for a moment. A reflex, yes, but also a wordless kindness. A way of saying, you are not alone. You never were. Your reality might be the result of a cosmic error. Imagine walking through a museum with billions of rooms, each one showing a slightly different version of the same sculpture. Some cracked, some glowing, some strangely twisted. Now imagine that the version you happen to be standing in front of is not the most elegant or the most stable, but simply the one where the door happened to open. That sculpture is your reality. And the uncomfortable truth is, you may not be standing in the room of perfection or design, but rather the hallway of an accident. We like to think of the universe as a carefully calculated masterpiece, governed by finely tuned laws, born from cosmic elegance, held together by the grace of symmetry and precision. But what if it isn't? What if everything you see, feel, believe, and are is the result of a miscalculation? Not metaphorically, literally, a ripple of mathematical noise, a wrinkle in cosmic logic, a typo written into the operating system of the universe itself. This isn't science fiction. It's a real and frightening idea inside some of the most advanced theories in physics and cosmology. The equations that describe reality, quantum mechanics, general relativity, string theory, are full of elegant truths, but they also contain unsolved contradictions, places where the math stops working. Points where infinities show up like mathematical screams of protest. The Big Bang, for example, doesn't unfold like a neat story. It bursts into being from a singularity, a point of infinite density where all known laws collapse. That's not just mysterious, it's disastrous. In computing, when a system hits a divide by zero, it crashes. In cosmology, we treat that crash as the beginning of time, a cosmic error, a bug in the code. And yet here we are, living in its aftermath, aware ripples of an exception that somehow didn't end the program. Our universe, strangely enough, appears fine-tuned for life. Change the mass of the electron just slightly and atoms wouldn't form. Change the strength of gravity by a tiny amount and stars would never burn. Too much dark energy and galaxies would be torn apart. Too little and the universe would collapse on itself. It's as if reality balanced on a razor's edge and still held its position. This has led to the anthropic principle, the idea that we can only observe a universe able to produce observers. But there's a darker idea hidden inside. Maybe the universe isn't perfectly tuned. Maybe it just happens to be good enough in a multiverse full of endless failures. Maybe this version of reality was never supposed to work at all. It just stumbled forward like a broken watch that accidentally tells the right time. Let's change the metaphor. Imagine a huge machine generating universes like lottery numbers. Trillions of combinations roll forward. Most produce chaos, failed attempts at existence that never even form a proton. But one day, by error or accident, a pattern appears that holds together just long enough to create complexity, structure, awareness. Not because it was meant to, but because statistically, even mistakes can create strange successes. You are living inside that statistical exception. You are the awareness that grew in the ruins of a failed simulation. You are the flower rising out of a software glitch. What's even more unsettling is how the rules of quantum mechanics seem to show that reality isn't fixed until someone observes it. Particles don't exist in a solid state until they're measured, until something looks. It's not that the universe waits for you, but that without conscious interaction, its foundations stay uncertain. Reality, as we know it, becomes real through feedback loops with the mind. What if that whole system, that observer-dependent model of the universe, is itself the result of corrupted logic? What if consciousness was never supposed to appear, but the system glitched in such a way that awareness was born like a flickering artifact on a damaged screen? And it's not only physics that hints at disorder underneath the surface. Biology, too, shows strange signs of error. DNA, the code that builds you, is filled with redundancies, mutations, and failures. The human genome is full of non-coding sequences, evolutionary scars, and leftover junk that doesn't help you survive. Your brain, the center of your reality, is flawed, tricked by illusions, shaped by biases, and dependent on chemicals that evolved through trial and error. You imagine consistency. You create stories. You build a sense of self. Not because it was designed that way, but because it managed to work well enough not to disappear. Every thought you have may be built on biological improvising. Your memory is unreliable. Your perception is filtered. Your emotions often misfire, and yet you continue. You survive. You trust the solidity of your experience, even while riding a wave of neurological chaos. Now, zoom back out. Picture the cosmos again, not as a glowing cathedral, but as a junkyard with one flickering light bulb that still works. That flicker is your universe. Not because it's the best, but because it's the only one you can see. This is the cosmic error theory. The idea that reality is not optimized, not chosen, not even meaningful, but simply possible. And possibility, repeated across enough tries, eventually looks like intention. This view does not diminish existence. It does not make life less valuable. In fact, it does the opposite. It makes every breath more miraculous. If you are the result of a cosmic typo, if this universe was never meant to steady itself and yet did, then every sunrise is an accident that chose to be beautiful. Every moment of joy is a glitch with rhythm. Every expression of love is a symmetry born from noise. You are not meaningless. You are improbably real. But this way of thinking also challenges something deeper: your desire for purpose. Humans are storytellers. We need reasons. We need arcs. We look for big explanations because we are wired to turn chaos into coherence. But maybe the greatest act of courage is to live fully in a world that may not have a script, to feel awe in randomness, to create meaning in a place that may never explain why it allowed you to exist. Maybe the gods didn't build the universe. Maybe the universe didn't even intend to build itself. And yet here you are, thinking, questioning, hoping inside the remains of an accident that became everything. In the end, whether reality is a masterpiece or a malfunction doesn't change this. It's yours. The stars still shine. The neurons still fire. The silence between thoughts still vibrates with the possibility of becoming. And if this is all a cosmic error, then it is the most powerful poetic error imaginable. One that created music and mathematics, laughter and longing, stories and stars, all from the broken code of infinity trying to understand itself. So the next time you look around and feel overwhelmed by how unlikely it all is, remember you are not here because the universe was perfect. You are here because even chaos, when given enough time, can accidentally create something that feels like